8 minutes past the hour. Welcome into a Friday edition of the Rick and Bubba Show's Kickoff Hour. If you're listening live, here we are. It is Friday the 28th of April already. About to be May. How about that? Which means Cinco de Mayo's coming. We all get to sing the song. But anyway, we're having a good time today. Fired up, ready to go, and we thank you for being a part of it. This week's RBU is with Sean of the South. Had a great time getting to meet him in person, and I think everybody hit it off great. Developed a relationship that hopefully we can continue, and it is a great conversation with Sean of the South, and that's part of this week's RBU, Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. Make sure that you are subscribing and getting notifications to our podcast. We also send out links via social media to the audio-only podcast link as well as the video portion that is also on Blaze TV, Pluto TV, YouTube, and Facebook on Saturday mornings. But that is ready and canned and focused on you talking about a great time. He's a lot of fun, and it was kind of also funny that Brad Ryan from 3 on a String brought him. Had no idea that they were such good friends, even though we had been talking to Brad Ryan since we saw him on TV together for the last couple of days, but he actually brought him yesterday, so that was kind of cool. If you're headed to the Golden Ticket seats today, drive safely. We look forward to seeing you. The Elite Grade 8 are opened up and ready for another Friday, and we know the Wheel of Meat will spin today, and we'll give away hopefully some great canned spam. Canned meat is on the wheel, and so we look forward to that. Over to my left is Greg Burgess. To my right is Michael Helms. What's up, boys? How are y'all?
Good.
Gentlemen.
What's up?
Oh, same old.
All right.
Fired
up?
Yeah,
absolutely. Let's go. We had an interesting morning, but we're fired up, ready to go, and our heart rates got up just slightly, not much, but we had some technical stuff before the main this hour started, and we were able to get that resolved with about 90 seconds to spare. So all is good and running off. Luckily. Last night, didn't get to see any of the NFL draft, even though I saw all the notifications come through. I did see, though, where Lamar Jackson and the Ravens have agreed to a deal, according to sources. And also Lamar Jackson, he sent out a video, looked like sitting in his car, said he's fired up, ready to go. But after 27 months of challenging negotiations, he has reached a 5-year deal with the Ravens on Thursday, the team announced. The agreement is worth $260 million. A source told ESPN, making Jackson the highest-paid player in the league at $52 million per year. It includes $185 million in guaranteed money, according to the sources that's reporting for ESPN. So that was on the day of the NFL draft. That broke in mid-afternoon, I guess. And then you have the NFL draft where Bryce Young was the number 1 overall taken in the 2023 NFL draft.
Carolina Panthers.
Carolina Panthers, here he comes.
Wow.
Bryce Young.
And I watched maybe the first 8-9 picks on and off. And the interesting one was Houston, were they 3? They took C.J. Stroud.
Yep.
Then turned around and traded up for the next pick and took Anderson from Alabama, Will. So that they got to feel pretty good about it.
Yeah. They
so
did
3
well.
quarterbacks taken in the top 10?
Everybody said Will Levis.
Yeah.
Y'all, this Will Levis thing. We always have this, and I didn't get to see it, Speedy. You went
Bo Callahan all over again.
Exactly.
Yeah, it is.
Exactly. He's sitting there. He was there, Speedy, and he put the camera on
I
him.
know. Dang it.
We saw Aaron Rodgers the same way, but at least Aaron did go in the first round. It was late, and but I mean he hadn't been picked yet. Levis.
But look, I blame his handler, his agent, and whoever told him, no, go sit down. You're going to be taken.
Well, how about the NFL?
And then something happened. I don't know what happened, but there was some bad information.
But there was an article earlier in the week about the receiver from TCU that a lot of people were big on, but they said, well, we're not going to invite him because I guess he was people thought to be there because we think it's going to end up being one of those situations where he's sitting there and doesn't go. But they invite Levis, and you know, in this article, you remember, I think we even made jokes, talked about it last year. Every time Kentucky was on TV, the announcers just, no matter what the score was or how well he's playing, this guy's NFL talent.
I know.
Yeah, they said it all the time.
Right.
And like I say, evidently the people who break things down didn't agree.
They did
But
not
what's
agree.
bad, there were rumors. There was even rumor a couple of days ago that he would be the first pick ahead of Bryce Young.
Yeah.
That was even just weird.
Yeah. So Jalen Carter, the defensive lineman out of Georgia, a lot of speculation on what would be happening to him round one after the suspicion and the story of him being in that car wreck that killed a teammate and some others.
And didn't he show up kind of out of shape for the combine too?
Yeah, a little bit. Reports came out that were they racing, what was happening, but the Philadelphia Eagles said we'll take him, 9th pick overall.
Traded up to get it.
Yep. And so there was a lot happening in round one. Like I said, wasn't able to sit down and watch it, just saw the notifications coming through. And it's weird. I don't know what it is about me. I still have trouble, even if something as simple as that, of watching the draft. I always get nervous when I know they're trying to kill time to talk about people until the next pick is ready, and they're constantly looking at the clock, seeing how much time they have to kill.
They've done better about that. You remember when you sit there? First of all, it used to be like 15 minutes they gave them. It's shorter time now.
It's much shorter.
And they're pretty good at keeping it moving. You know, between picks. Which I mean, I can't sit there and watch the whole thing, but I usually like to watch the top 10.
I didn't even know it was on.
Yeah,
I would have watched it.
Listen,
I didn't know it was
Goodell got about as bad a boo. You know, the tradition is
yeah.
They booed him.
Yeah,
they were in Kansas City, but I mean, and of course he was just doing this.
Yeah, let's go. Yeah,
but it's. I don't even think they're mad at him. They just it's the thing to do.
Yeah.
So is Anthony Richardson that good? I mean, obviously he is, but I have not. I didn't give him enough as far as this goes.
I think
top 5 pick.
He the combine and all the workouts. He was, he can throw it a mile.
Yeah.
And he's big and he's fast. I even showed him one time running down the field and turning around doing a backflip, landing on his feet.
These guys are so athletic.
But like I was telling Speedy off air, I'm not saying he's going to flop or not, but I just feel like with all the ability he has, shouldn't he have been a little better in college than he was?
That's what I was.
I mean,
and maybe
like
he was,
Bryce
and I just
Young.
missed it. But I
mean, I'm not saying he was a bust, but I don't think he was like. I mean, you got like a Bryce Young or somebody like that. And he's gifted. Now, he is gifted. What
he
a
sure
gifted
is.
athlete.
He sure is. And the Colts say, we'll take him. I see where Emmanuel Forbes, a cornerback out of Mississippi State, went to Washington football team. And I've always thought he was really good. First round is over. Lamar Jackson is staying with the Ravens. And I guess all is well. And now round 2. We'll crank up. It looks like round 2 and 3 are today starting at 6 p.m. Central Time. Rounds 4 through 7 Saturday starting at 11 a.m. Central Time, still in Kansas City. But, yeah, I just, I tell you, I feel sorry for the folks that went there to physically be there and then they weren't selected.
Or Will Levis, you wouldn't have been able to handle it. The room starts emptying around him.
See, I
he's still sitting there.
Can't do it.
There he is. Look. Oh, boy.
They found out that none of his teammates went to his birthday party.
But think about that. Somebody told him, no, go. You're fine.
Oh, absolutely.
How did they miss it that bad?
But people thought he was going to go at least maybe ahead of C.J. Stroud.
Top 3.
I'm firing
when
whoever.
The Texans, they thought we're going to take
whoever got me a seat at that table. If I can fire them, they're fired.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba.
Junk science, that's what the doctors call many of those fruit and vegetable supplements junk science because they use extracts of common produce department fruits and vegetables with very few health benefits. I take Field of Greens because it's the whole organic fruit and vegetable, not a watered-down supplement, and it's backed by a better health promise. Feel better with more energy by taking Field of Greens. And folks, we got you a 15% discount off your purchase at fieldofgreens.com with the promo code BUBBA. That's fieldofgreens.com for 15% off, or go to rickandbubba.com.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Wendy's $3 breakfast deal is a bacon or sausage egg croissant plus small seasoned potatoes for $3. It's the breakfast that don't miss. So if you did miss Wendy's breakfast, don't imagine. Fresh cracked eggs, sizzling sausage, crispy bacon, and block out those hot, buttery, flaky croissants. Croissants don't really make a sound, but if they did, for a breakfast that don't miss, Wendy's is that breakfast. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's $3 breakfast deal.
Limited time only. Participating U.S. Wendy's. Select a request $3 breakfast deal to obtain discount. Not valid for a la carte or combo orders.
Got you a free silver bar? Well, okay, we've asked our friends at Lear Capital to do something special for our listeners. Look, highly respected financial analysts predict gold prices could soar as much as $4,000 an ounce. Now, there's no magic 8-ball that guarantees that's going to happen, but gold has outperformed the S&P 500 for the past 20 years. Right now, new Lear customers receive a free 1-ounce silver bar with every ounce of gold you purchase. Free silver bar offer expires soon, so hurry. Visit LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com. In this economy, we're officially entering a dupe session where we're looking for products that do the same thing at a better price. Our favorite dupe? Raycon wireless earbuds. With Raycon, you don't have to pay an arm and a leg for quality sound and essential smart tech listening features. Raycon also offers buy now, pay later options and an easy and free return guarantee. Right now, get 15% off your order at buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's 15% off at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Once again, buyraycon.com/Bubba. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at ReliefFactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Looking for peace of mind when it comes to your car's performance? Look no further than our friends at CarShield. With plans for every budget, CarShield offers protection plans that cover more parts than ever before. Whether your car has 5,000 miles or 150,000 miles, plus they offer plans that come with roadside assistance 24/7, courtesy towing, and rental car options. Call CarShield today at 800-465-6550 to save 20% on your plan. 800-465-6550 or go to carshield.com/Bubba.
If you're planning to do some spring cleaning, here's our advice. Clean your home and then protect every inch of it with Simply Safe Home Security. Simply Safe is designed with cutting-edge technology and backed by 24/7 professional monitoring. Claim a free indoor security camera plus 20% off your order with interactive monitoring. Customize that perfect system for your home at simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Spring is here, and we're all spending less time in the kitchen thanks to HelloFresh. HelloFresh delivers farm-fresh ingredients and foolproof recipes right to your door, saving you extra trips to the grocery store, and the pre-portioned ingredients make it so easy to just get cooking and cut down on food waste. Snag special spring savings today by going to HelloFresh.com/Bubba and use the code Bubba for 50% off, plus your first box ships for free. That's the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't stop.
22 minutes past the hour. It's the kickoff hour on a Friday. We thank you for being with us. Wheel of Meat will spin today. Golden ticket seats in the house today. Drive safely if you are scheduled to be part of the Elite Grade 8 as we host those of you that have signed up in studio on Friday. 8 to 10 is when we open those seats up, and those Fridays that are available and all of that stuff, you can sign up for that, and we look forward to seeing everybody here today. Sean of the South, RBU this week, and it was a great conversation with him yesterday. That's been recorded and ready to publish Saturday morning. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. All right, so yesterday afternoon, I know we just talked about, breaking news when it comes to sports, and really a lot of that's just surrounding the NFL draft, round one. Bryce Young from Alabama, number 1 overall, taken to the Panthers, round 2 and 3. Today starts at 6 p.m. Central Time, drafts in Kansas City this year. They're playing host Lamar Jackson with the Ravens. They signed a new deal. His highest paid guy now. And
live up to the
he
hype.
got him a good one, $260 million, $185 million guaranteed out of that. So that's some breaking news as far as sports goes. But I didn't get to watch it. I just saw on your phone, how your little notifications come up, and it would say, hey, NFL draft started. And then I know College Game Day was there. I think they had Ohio State's head coach there, and Reese Davis and the whole crew were there, kind of like a college game day setting, talking about.
Oh, yeah, they were there all day.
Talking about everything. Great setup. Kansas City looked like they played a great host. There's lots of folks out. But I didn't get to watch it, just saw the notifications come through. Plus, I have trouble watching live events anyway.
I love ESPN all week, month, whatever. Yeah, month. We're running these, like the behind the scenes, the NFL films. It's the older ones, and it would show like 1974 draft, 1975 draft.
Right.
And the way it looked then, it was just like a little office area. Everybody had their desk.
Yeah.
There was hardly any media coverage, really. Yeah. And it was. I mean, you look at it now compared to then, it's unbelievable. I mean, it's just a bunch of guys sitting around their suit, and they'd pick their little phone up, but no big hype. Like I say, it wasn't carried on any network or anything.
No.
But it's pretty fun to watch those and how they used to, especially when you had the AFL and the NFL before they merged.
Yeah.
And some of them would pick some, and both leagues would draft people. It's interesting. But I'm just the hype now when you're shooting off fireworks and you got the Jonas Brothers up there playing.
Well, they didn't have the technology to bring it to us the way they do now, and for us to even care about it. So
and the whole event, they didn't even consider it a big deal.
No,
they were just let's get together and pick.
All right, so help me here because, again, I don't follow the NFL, but I have like little flickering pieces of information that I need y'all to confirm.
We're not going to know.
Who just went to the Saints, quarterback, traded to the Saints, or did he go to the Saints? Was it Matt? Who was it? They picked the Saints? I don't know.
You're talking about a free agent quarterback this
I thought.
I remember.
I thought so. Was it?
They were all over it.
Yeah.
That's why I said we are. I mean, I'm not going to go. Derek Carr.
There you go. Thank you.
Well, I had to Google it.
Yeah.
I didn't
Thank
know.
you. Well, I'm glad you can type well.
Yeah.
Because that was a quick
same
Google.
thing in the break when you asked me about the Ravens and who they had signed, and I didn't know, so I looked it up, and it was Odell Beckham.
Yeah.
Google's amazing. It really is. It'll make you look really smart.
This is when we try to cover a subject we don't really have a clue.
I knew the minute he was about to ask that question, there was no sense in asking me. Greg, you may have had a shot at it, but I didn't.
At least we're honest about it. We're not sit here acting like we know. We're just asking questions like, hey, I can kind of remember, but I need y'all's help. Some folks just pretend and don't know what the hell they're talking about.
This is the same show that repeated a bit and didn't realize it that we did years earlier.
You'll stick with that. That's your go-to.
Guys, that was scary.
It was.
Because how about this? Out of all of us, not one went, hey, guys, I think we've already talked about this.
And honestly, it's probably happened more than that.
Oh, yeah, it has.
Yeah. That's funny stuff. That's just it's gonna be weird to see. And I know some of you don't follow the NFL, and we, you know what I'm saying.
We don't,
and we get criticized for but we'll kind of. Some of the household names that we can't remember, like the Aaron Rodgers to the Jets, Carr in a Saints uniform. I mean, that's all going to look a little weird. It is.
How about Rodgers in number 8 is going to look weird.
Right.
Used to see him as 12.
Did I also, here we go again.
Flicker. There's a flicker.
Did I see where?
We know just enough to kind of screw it up.
The Tampa Bay Buccaneers were saying that Baker Mayfield's their dude.
No, please don't tell me that.
I thought so.
You're just getting silly now.
It's between.
I'm out of control.
It's between,
you know what it is, Helmsy? I got 2 tires over in the gravel, and I'm trying to get it back on the road, and I can't really do it.
I heard it's between him and Johnny Manziel.
I think they said, "Hey, this is our guy."
Johnny turned.
I think, of course, I got him saying, "This is our guy."
You got him. I mean, they're locked up. How about this? If he's such the Panthers tried to say it everywhere he goes, everybody says his guy, and he'll make a good.
When he was with the Browns, I remember I was telling a change is coming. We even had a theme song for it.
The best thing he did at the Browns was them commercials he did. At the stadium.
Gosh, and they were good. They were really good. One of his best one was the smoke alarm that kept going off, and he and we've talked about that. Where you hear it beeping, but you don't know which one it is. That's pretty good.
You like
all right,
that.
so there's that. We kind of just messed that up a little bit, but hey, you know what? We're just like y'all. Some of you probably follow it and you're screaming at the radio or TV. Others are like, yeah, I'm kind of with you. Have a flickering of memory, but. Round 1, Bryce Young, number 1 to the Panthers. Says he's ready to go. and fired up about it.
And like we said, right now the controversial pick for some reason is the Jamar Gibbs.
Yeah,
the
Detroit.
The people are mad.
The running back out of Alabama.
Because running backs going in the first round are rare anyway.
Yeah, and some of the
John Robertson went to the Falcons, and but they were like a lot of their gripe on Detroit. They said we already got 2 running backs that are good enough.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, why are we doing that? But did you see?
A good ball player.
I call it the war room. But did you see the Lions when all of their staff and coach and owner and everything, they're all sitting there at the desk, and when they get him, man, they're like hitting the desk and high fiving, like, man, we wanted him.
And then they flash to their fans and they're like,
like, what the, But so they know something, I guess.
We'll see.
Yeah. We'll see.
Did you look up the Baker Mayfield stuff?
Well, I mean, he is at Tampa.
Okay, I had that, so that's
good.
Yeah,
you are right about that.
That's a
But
plus.
as far as them going, he's our guy. I
heard
know.
that they were retiring his jersey for this season.
I do remember
he's still
that.
Going to wear it.
It was a 1-year deal that they signed with him. But I don't
step out here.
But I don't know if they're trying to get somebody else too. I don't know.
I'm gonna try to be sharp, man. Like I know something about this situation.
Oh, you're doing it too.
Kyle Trask still the quarterback? He was the backup. The guy from Trask from Florida. He was the backup to Brady. Is he still in the mix in Tampa Bay?
He might be.
You know what I'm talking about?
So here you are. You've joined in.
Kyle Trask.
Please get that right. Please.
This has been some good coverage. Maybe I hope ESPN sees
he is still with them for now. As of right now.
Yeah, we could host one of those shows.
Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah, we tried it once. Remember?
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy bitsy speck of food out and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Have you tried the Innovatives Helix Sleep Mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 five-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix Sleep Quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order. Are you looking for peace of mind when it comes to your car's performance? Well, then look no further than our friends at CarShield. We know that auto repairs can be a headache, especially when they come out of nowhere. That's why we have CarShield. You don't have to worry about the rising cost of car repairs. Plus, you can lock in your price and it will never go up. Even if your car is over 3 years old, it's still prone to expensive costs. With plans for every budget, CarShield offers protection plans that cover more parts than ever before. Whether your car has 5,000 miles or 150,000 miles, plus they offer plans that come with roadside assistance, 24/7, courtesy towing, and rental car options to get you back on the road quickly. CarShield is dedicated to protecting what you drive because it's just a matter of time before you're going to need repairs, so don't wait till it's too late. Call CarShield today at 1-800-465-6550 to save 20% on your plan. Lock in your price and it will never go up. Call 800-465-6550 or carshield.com/Bubba to save 20%. The folks at MyPillow have launched MyPillow 2.0. Now, this innovative MyPillow has brand new temperature regulating technology to keep you comfortable throughout the night. Core body temperature plays a big role in how you sleep, and this new fabric technology helps regulate your body temp by creating a lower surface temperature for a more restful sleep. The MyPillow 2.0 is available in 4 loft levels with a 10-year warranty and a 60-day money-back guarantee. And, of course, it's made right here in the USA. And, folks, MyPillow.com/Bubba has all kinds of other special radio deals for you when you use our special code BUBBA. Their Giza Dream bed sheets are also buy one, get one free. And there's great deals on my slippers, my coffee, clothes, and their 6-piece towel set is just only $49.99. Take a look at the brand new MyPillow 2.0 and head to MyPillow.com/Bubba. Use the code Bubba to get in on this buy one, get one free MyPillow 2.0 deal.
Who's planning to do some spring cleaning this year? Dust those hard-to-reach places? Clean out that closet? You know the one. Here's our advice. Clean your house and then protect every inch of it with Simply Safe Home Security. We recommend it to everyone. Simply Safe is designed with cutting-edge technology and backed by 24/7 professional monitoring. In an emergency, agents use Fast Protect technology only from Simply Safe to capture critical evidence, so you can get priority police dispatch. 24/7 professional monitoring service costs under $1 a day, less than half the price of traditional home security systems. You can lock and unlock your doors, access your cameras, and arm and disarm your system from anywhere. Customize the perfect system for your home in just a few minutes at simplysafebubba.com. Go today and claim a free indoor security camera, plus get 20% off your order with interactive monitoring. That's simplysafebubba.com or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber.
25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show's Kickoff Hour. At this point of this hour, I want to remind all of you, especially those of you that might be, in a situation where you want to get, the word out for your business or whatever you run. Maybe you own it. You're a manager. Our national sponsorship team at SSI has asked us to remind you that they're ready to use the power of this program and another popular program they syndicate to help you accomplish your goals, whatever they might be, reaching loyal listeners and viewers ready to successfully impact your business. We enjoy creating success. That's a lot of fun for us. If you're thinking, well, yeah, you got the radio. Well, it's a lot more than the 60 network radio affiliates that we have. There's also the YouTube and Blaze TV feeds, the 24/7 TuneIn digital radio channel, all the social media platforms, podcast, online showcasing opportunities at rickandbubba.com. So it's a lot more. It's all of that. If you are someone that thinks, I want more information, you can call SSI. That's SSI, Syndicated Solutions, at 203-431-0790, or you can drop an email, Rick and Bubba, spell out and, at syndicatedsolutions.com. And if you are someone that just wants to get the word out to the local market that you listen to one of the affiliates in, we have some amazing local sales teams from each of the affiliates that we have, and we can get you in touch with them as well if that's something that you would like to do. So there you go. Yesterday we talked about this, but we never really played it and really landed there. But the South Korean president was in Washington. We talked about that yesterday.
We saw him sing. Didn't he sing a little tune?
He did. He sang American Pie.
Can I please see that?
A long, long time ago. I still remember how the music used to make me smile.
actually better than I thought it'd be.
Something touched me deep inside the day. Wow. The music died.
It was better than I thought it'd be.
Yeah, a little improv moment.
funny.
Biden standing beside him, and all of a sudden he's giving the mic. He looks back at the pianist and says, okay, let's try it.
What if Biden had stepped in and went a little bit higher and they harmonized together?
Yeah. I won't even try to say his name.
They were singing.
Give it a shot.
Yoon Suk Yeol.
Oh, my gosh.
What'd you say? What did you just say?
He said try it.
Yeah, but I didn't know that was the name.
Yeah, I apologize to all of you South Koreans where I'm mispronouncing his name. Yoon.
Yoon.
That's what I said.
Yeah.
SUK.
That'd be suck.
Or souk.
Maybe.
Probably.
You.
And then YEOL.
Yo.
So that's why I
Yoon
went.
Suk Yeol.
That's kind of what I did a little
Isn't
bit.
that it?
Yeah. Kind of sounded like I was probably trying to clear my throat, but that's kind of what I said.
That's a tough name. Laugh at that.
But I thought that was we'll have the video.
was
We have
singing.
all that. But anyway, he sang Don Lemon's American Pie.
Don Lemon's got a hit out.
Don McLean.
Yes.
What'd I say?
Don Lemon.
I didn't. What's wrong with me? I'm so glad you said that. I'm so glad you said Don Lemon.
We couldn't look up at each other quick enough.
This is where he sang that hit Don Lemon had. Now it's a different one.
This is where I wish we had an edit button that would edit the pre. I know we have a dump. I should have dumped myself.
Getting serious. I gotta know.
All right.
Is it just Don Lemon? We've talked about him so much lately. He was in your brain, and when you saw Don, it just triggered Lemon.
So
flicker.
And you didn't hear yourself say it.
No,
think,
he did not.
Tell me if y'all ever do.
I looked at you, you looked at me, and he had not looked anywhere. He was just still in the story.
So you asked,
and then Tucker Carlson, he released a new
So
thing.
you asked what I was doing. You ready? I'll tell you.
I gotta know.
I don't know if y'all ever do this. Sometimes you're scanning copy or you're reading on down, and you're just talking.
Yes.
And so you're not really listening to what you say. You're scanning down further in the story. I was doing that on the South Korean president, and I just said the wrong name. So that's really
Don
bringing
Lemon
it in.
hit.
That's really bringing it in.
I'm sorry.
Okay. Thank you for catching that.
I pounced it immediately.
I'm proud that you were at least listening. Oh my goodness! What do y'all think happened here, right here?
And outside chilling, and I thought I was bugging. I said, "Yo, they go Peacock," and that's when we all, started filming it. Then it just started running up the hill towards traffic, so we had to try to keep the birds safe. We chased them all the way in. I trapped them inside the gate. He got tied in the gate, and then he tried to pet me and said, "Grab my pants." They flew in the tree. I didn't know they'd fly.
I didn't know they fly.
He's doing all this rambling. I said, I don't know they fly.
I didn't know they fly.
Well, he was just standing there just bugging.
Yeah. So
whatever that means.
So Don Lemon. No, I'm kidding.
Don Lemon's got a peacock.
Hey.
That ain't what I meant.
A long time ago.
We all know the hit, Don Lemon, American Pie.
A Bronx man claimed that a wild peacock pecked him in the leg and then flew into a tree shortly after. I didn't know they could fly.
He just went from one subject to the next.
I didn't know they could fly.
Oh, that's...
And I thought I was petting me and said, "Grab my pants." They flew in the tree. I didn't know they'd fly. And then he tried to pet me and said, "Grab my pants." They flew in the tree. I didn't know they'd fly.
If he was more clear, that would be what he said.
Yeah.
Sounds a little bit like Half Head. Just a little bit.
Oh, does he?
A little bit.
Yeah.
A little bit.
Yeah, we all know about Half Head.
Sure.
Half Head, he dropped a little knowledge trying to help people out.
Oh, yeah.
He was had some advice for everybody.
Drugs and...
Our president, he smoked a blunt, but...
All right, let's see what we got here.
He's going after it.
I am. I'm going after it. Let's see. Let's see what we got. Hang on.
Drugs, and I was driving, and I hit a pole, and I flew out the front window and landed on my head. That's why it's no good drinking and driving, or drugness and driving.
Drugness.
No good, kids. No good. And every day, or I do daily, burn a steak. Obama's the president of y'all United States, and he smokes. Why can't I smoke me one blunt?
He said, "Grab my pants." They flew in the tree. I didn't know they'd fly.
I didn't know they'd fly.
I didn't either, by the way. Did you know a peacock could fly?
I did not.
Have you heard one scream? Boy, they'll scare you to death.
Give it to me.
Not around peacocks.
Something like that.
You really gave some effort.
It's real
there.
high pitched. I was working around this house one time. I didn't know it was there, and it screamed, and I took off running.
I guess the only time I've ever seen one is at the zoo.
Yeah.
And they make that click noise.
Yeah,
I
did know
weird
that.
feathers.
Yeah,
it's a weird animal.
It is.
Yeah.
I didn't know they could fly.
I didn't know they could fly. That's funny. Good night. All right, so there you go. Sorry about that. I just
kids don't do it. Not drunkenness or drugness.
Yeah.
Burn a steak.
Burn a stick. You president.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, man.
That's good. That's good.
Did y'all hear about the draft?
Yeah. Here's a little bit more about what he said.
I hate to say this, but I don't think we got toes here to pull this
Oh,
off.
no, that's you. I'm sorry. That's you, Greg. In case you forgot.
Oh, boy.
You're in Bank 9.
Yeah, that's nice. I've been there several times.
Yeah.
You know why you put people in Bank 9? Because they sound stupid. That's why we do it, basically, if we're just being honest.
Right.
Yeah, they're going to have to get in there with some tweezers to get a hold of it.
And rightfully so.
Right. You're right.
But I'm going to pan
So
down.
it's not an honor. It's not an honor to be in Bank 9. It's not.
Right.
That means you talk weird or say stupid stuff.
I appreciate y'all making a big deal out of me today and like honoring me today. I thought that was kind of nice when we first kind of saw each other this morning.
What's that?
Oh, it's National Superhero Day, and I just appreciate the way y'all.
Superhero
I appreciate
Day.
the way y'all kind of saw me today when you know.
Not all.
Gave me a big hug and
Not
said,
all.
"Man, we're just
superhero, man."
Yeah, well, not all heroes wear capes.
That's right. Some are bald.
Some are bald.
Some are bald and call people Don Lemon when they're Don McClain.
Yeah, the Don Lemon's greatest hit. God, that was so funny.
I'm just glad you were listening and y'all weren't both in your laptops because you would have missed it.
Oh, I'd have been so disappointed.
At some point,
And then we'd have gotten an email.
At some point next break, I need to know. I handled something last night at the house, and I want to know if y'all would have done the same thing or went a different route.
All right.
Something got broke,
Oh no.
and I, of course, am hiding it.
Oh,
so you broke
no.
it.
I didn't break it.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Feeling boxed in by cable? Now's the time to break free from that overpriced TV bill and switch to Philo. With Philo, you'll get 70+ channels live and on demand, plus an unlimited DVR, all for just $25 a month. You'll get the same channels you love, like AMC, Discovery, Hallmark Channel, Lifetime, MTV, Nickelodeon, TLC, VH1, and more, all for a fraction of the cost of cable. And the unlimited DVR lets you save tons of your favorite movies and shows for a year, so you can catch up on your schedule. That's endless entertainment at your fingertips. Best of all, switching to Philo could save you hundreds of dollars a year on your TV bill, making cutting the cord a no-brainer decision. You can even try Philo free for the first week, and because there's no contract, you can cancel at any time. But you probably won't, because who doesn't love saving money? So think outside the box and stay within your budget. Sign up with Philo today. It's super easy and takes way less time than calling your cable company to cancel your subscription. Visit philo.tv/cutthecord to get started today.
Hurry and shop the final days of Springfest at Lowe's. Ready to get started on your spring planting? Right now, get select Bonnie 19.3-ounce vegetables and herbs, 3 for $12. Save on indoor updates, too, with up to 40% off select bathroom faucets and vanities. Shop Lowe's today, because Lowe's knows spring. Valid through 4/26. Bonnie offer available in-store only. Actual plant size varies. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii. Selection varies by location. While supplies last.
When you're an innovative business, every blinking cursor, every blank page is an opportunity. What will you do with it? Will you make something better or create something new? Our Dell Technologies advisors provide you with tools and expertise to do incredible things. Because we believe there's an innovator in all of us. For advice on smart PCs powered by Intel V Pro that's built for business, call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL.
You'd never knowingly feed your dog sawdust, but it's one of the most common fillers found in dog food today. Even the ones labeled healthy can contain
Logically appropriate diet. That's why I developed Nature's Blend, a freeze-dried raw food, premium cuts of meat, omega-3 rich seeds, and superfood veggies and fruit.
This is my dog Cleo. She's a 10-year-old Chihuahua. Before we started Dr. Marty's food, she was really not spunky, a lot of digestion problems, joint pain.
Nature's Blend is made in North America and is pantry safe.
Now she acts like a little puppy. She's running around.
For a limited time, save 54% off Nature's Blend and receive a free pack of premium dog treats. Go to drmartypets.com/free treats or text free treats to 511-511.
I guarantee it with a 100% 90-day return of your purchase price.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to one additional text opt to opt out.
Paid for by Dr. Marty's Pets.
Folks, we got you a free silver bar. Well, technically, we asked the folks at Lear Capital to do something special for our listeners, and they came through with a free silver bar. Look, highly respected financial analysts predict gold prices could soar as high as $4,000 an ounce. $4,000. Granted, no magic 8-ball or anyone else can guarantee that, but if you bought gold today at Lear Capital's favorable prices, the cost of gold jumps anywhere near these predictions. That could be some life-changing profits. Listen, gold has outperformed the S&P 500 for the past 20 years, and gold is a brilliant strategy for protecting your savings and retirement with a risk-free purchase guarantee, 25 years of experience, and thousands of 5-star reviews. Check out Lear Capital right now. New Lear customers receive a free 1-ounce silver bar for every ounce of gold that you purchase. Your free silver bar offer expires soon, so you need to hurry. Go to LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com. Let's face it. Prices are up, our bank accounts are down. We're officially entering a dupe session. We know most products do the same thing but are priced differently solely based on the brand name. So we're here to tell you about a duplicate or dupe. You don't want to sleep on this one. Raycon wireless earbuds. Raycon's mission is to prove to you don't have to pay an arm and a leg for quality sound. You also get essential smart tech listening features like noise isolation, water resistance, and 3 customizable sound profiles. In this economy, every purchase needs to be perfect. So Raycon offers buy now, pay later options and an easy and free return guarantee. And check out their website. They have over 50,000 5-star reviews. Plus, you can get a pair of Raycons and a spare and still pay less than you would with some of those other big-name tech brands out there. Right now, you can get an additional 15% off your order at buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's 15% off at buyraycon.com/Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
All right, 10 minutes until top of the hour. It is the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. Rick and Bubba here. Adler will join us shortly. Golden ticket seats headed to the studio today. Drive safely. Look forward to seeing you on a couple of hours from now. Sean of the South is this week's RBU. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. It will publish on Saturday morning, so make sure that you are getting notifications and have subscribed to Rick and Bubba University wherever you get your audio podcasts. It'll also be on Blaze TV, Pluto TV, YouTube, and Facebook. Great conversation with him. Good to see him, meet him in person, and so that's going to be a good one this week. We know that the Wheel of Meat will spin today. You could win some Spam. I know that you thought your day was running, going to be pretty good, but imagine if you won Spam on top of how good your day's going. Huh? I know Greg's
a little Spam to it.
Greg's yawning on camera, but he's fired up about it.
Got me.
And don't forget also to register for Fix Mama's Mouth. The deadline is quickly approaching, and it will be, let's see here, next Thursday, I believe, is the deadline, May the 4th. And so make sure that you are registering mom at Fix Mama's Mouth, which is in contest at rickandbubba.com. All right, Giggles.
Sent a bunch of those entries to Dudney yesterday.
Yeah.
So
I got in trouble a little bit. I had my scheduled cleaning Wednesday. And, we talked about that, I guess, last week about how I got to try to stay on that and not reschedule because then, I never do it.
Yeah.
And and then when Reese's, or actually JC's games got moved from Thursday to Wednesday, I had to call them and reschedule. But I pushed it back a week, May 3rd. The day before the deadline. All right, when we went to break, Helmsy, you said that you broke something and set it up for somebody else.
Well, no, that's not what happened. So
you broke it.
One of the dogs or both the dogs were. I let them out.
And they were all.
They can't talk and defend themselves.
Excited about running outside, whatever. So Amanda's gone with Brady and Caroline to Mobile. Yesterday, I guess they left Wednesday. They're there today. They'll come back today or tomorrow. I think they come back tonight. And so I guess it depends on how everything goes with the tennis. But anyway, I let the dogs out. They were excited because they'd been inside most of the day, and they just tore out. And I thought, well, okay, well, they're excited. And I shut the door, and I went in, kind of did my thing. And then came back a few hours later, and I noticed these we have these big flower pots that are on the steps of the front porch.
Okay.
And they're just shattered.
Uh-oh.
Oh, you did it.
And I thought, well, the dogs, I guess,
They got
were
in a
wrestling
hurry.
around, got in a
Got a
hurry,
little
and
bit out
messing
of
around
hand.
with each other. And so they've broke the pots. And, of course, there's potting soil everywhere.
Yes.
Well, Maddie was like, well, we need to text Mom. And I said, no. There's no sense in bringing her into this on a Thursday night. What's that? I mean, no, the night's going well. No drama being brought into that.
This one stays with Daddy.
And she goes, well, you going to clean it up? I said, yes. I said, I'm going to get rid of the pots, and then we're not going to say anything and see how long it takes Mama to even notice they're gone.
There you go.
So I don't know if Maddie went in on that or not. She didn't tell her last night. So
did you break
would
them
y'all
and you're
have
blaming
said,
the dog?
no, I did not break the pots. But I will say this is where it looks bad. I don't like the pots being there.
I've been complaining about it.
I have, because they
Okay.
because our steps are white. And these pots turn them colors, and then I have to clean it and all that, clean the steps off, and
Right.
So
Just
I don't
like the leg lamp in the Christmas store.
I know, Greg,
Yes.
and so I took the pots and chunked them because they're. I mean, they're those ceramic deals that are just shattered. I
Right.
mean, both of them were like 6 pieces a piece, and they're big. They're like, I don't know, 8 to 12 inches height and width. I mean, they're big pots.
Right.
POT.
And there was nothing currently in the pots. Like there were no flowers or anything.
Oh, y'all
in
hadn't
it.
planted
so
yet.
She's
probably on her list, though.
Well, and
You
so
clearly broke them.
So here's in 2 weeks from now, I guarantee I'm going to get. Did you throw those pots?
Yeah, where'd
away?
those pots go
Right.
that you griped about so much?
Yeah,
just
And
run to
you'll
go
go, well, they got broke.
So they did, man. They got shattered.
I would text her today. Hey, where'd we get those pots?
I did take pictures.
Because I'd go get
Planning on
a
using
duplicate.
those pots.
I
anytime
did.
soon?
I did take pictures of the damage, so that in a few weeks I can go. Hey, this is. I wouldn't have went out there with a sledgehammer and done this or dropped them on purpose. The dogs did it.
The dogs did it.
The dogs
Look,
did
I will tell you this to your
I think
defense.
you should at least be questioned.
To your defense, and that it gets on my nerves.
They
to the
play
point,
rough.
to the point where I talk to them. I'm like, whoa.
I know.
If I open that door, they'll sometimes almost knock me down
know,
getting out.
yes.
You know, and I'm like, hey, whoa. So now they sit there and they wait for me to
Yeah.
go, okay, now you can go. Because they've clipped my legs before trying to get out. And if you got groceries or something,
Yeah.
you're trying to
Oh, yeah.
get around them. I
Buddy will
know
run up-
you know a little bit about all that, Greg.
Oh, my goodness. Buddy will come up to you, and he'll nearly knock you down. He'll jump and take his front paws, and he'll push you with them.
Mm-hmm.
And, I mean, if you ain't paying attention, well, Lisa, she had to have rotator cuff surgery. He took her down, you know.
They don't realize that momentum they're carrying when they jump.
But, hey, got a lot of squealing puppies at this moment. In case
Well,
y'all
that was going to
wondering.
be my next question, Greg.
Hey, boy, they squeal, too. They're pretty funny to watch.
You talking about the ones y'all are going to fall in love with and
They-
keep?
Yeah.
Oh, I love
Which
it.
one have you picked?
Lisa's
Which one you're going to
already-
keep?
No.
You're going to keep
Lisa's
at least
already
one.
bonding with them.
Yeah, you know it, and I know that you're going to keep at least one.
No,
I mean, just
I'm not.
Yes,
Yeah,
you are.
you are, Greg.
Yes, you are.
I'm planning on not.
Well,
I'll
let's
tell you
not
that.
say. Let's say this. Lisa is. You're not. But Lisa is going to keep just one.
It's pretty funny because they get in that big pile and their eyes aren't even open.
Right.
But yet they take their arms and push each other, and to get them out of the way so they can get down there and get after that, get them a little nourishment.
Talk a little bit about, because
That's
you made a great point. You haven't really just dove into it, but how the instinct of this dog, Mom,
Yeah.
that's only a year old,
Yeah.
knew everything to do.
It's
You know what I'm
amazing how
saying?
that-
Just the.
And,
it's
and
just
now
built in them.
She keeps them hemmed up, and because
Yeah.
at first when she had them, she wouldn't have nothing to do with them. We were like, oh,
Right.
we may be in trouble. But it's just, the fact that they know what to do is just weird.
Right. It is. It
and
is.
hey, I feel sorry for her because she's laying there and there's 8 of them attacking her.
Right.
So,
but you said y'all have divided them up into groups.
Yeah, but sometimes you go out there and all 8 are going and they're fighting for room. But Lisa tries to break them down in groups. It's the Bob Seger and Silver Bullet Band. That's one group. It's the black one and the 3 silver colored ones.
Okay.
And then the other ones are all white. And she said that's the average white band. So she swaps them out. She'll put the other ones on there for so long, she'll pull them off, and then she'll put the other ones in.
Oh, that's good.
But a lot of times you go out there and that plan's out the door because
Yeah.
they're all 8 are attacking at one time. But they're funny. I mean, and they can't, like I said, they can't even see, but they nudge around and they go everywhere.
All right, talk to me about Mr. Buddy. Is he?
We haven't showed him.
So still you haven't.
He's
okay.
been locked out, and whenever we let her out, we'll put him up.
You told me something intriguing about Mr. Buddy yesterday, and I haven't stopped thinking about it.
Still.
So Greg, do you know this video? He brought him in. Lisa brought him inside the house.
Inside, yeah.
She felt sorry for him.
Is he still coming in at night and hanging out?
Yeah. So she felt bad for him.
This is an upgrade for him.
So he normally sleeps in the garage.
Yeah.
That's where he's always slept. At night, we leave the door open. He goes in there. Well, he's been banned from the garage. We don't know how he's going to act. We'll eventually. Anyway. So she felt bad. I go in there, and there's Mr. Buddy in the den watching television.
Yeah.
I said, "What? Look at here." She goes, "Well, I feel bad for him." So he slept in the house.
Yeah.
You'll go in there, and there he is.
Well, I love how you said he looked around like, I know I'm not supposed to be.
Yeah, he gave me that look, like, you going to make me leave?
Mm-hmm.
But no, he's actually been hanging out. And ever we let the mama dog out, we'll let him in.
Yeah.
Because who knows? They don't get along that great anyway, and she's really not going to like him right now. If he gets in there around the puppies, she's going to go crazy.
Sure.
Because he's a little goofy. But yeah, so I look, and there he was. And he's not huge, but he weighs over 50 pounds. I mean, he's not a little house dog. Yeah. That's for sure.
No. But he might start digging this in the house stuff, so watch out.
Yeah. I'll give him this. It's almost like he knows I need to just blend in and not cause any problems.
He don't want to mess it up.
He sits down, he won't move. He just kind of seriously, he sat there and was watching television.
Right. Well, he knows, man, if I can act good here and I'm not a big handle, I think they might let me keep doing this.
Yeah, he told me he thought Bryce Young would go first pick. We were watching the draft. We were watching the draft together last
night. It's amazing. Very observant from him.
Yeah.
All right. So there's your and we've been asked a number of times, hey, we need more puppy updates. How's Millie doing, the mama? So there you go. The elite grade 8 of puppies.
Boy,
they're growing, but yet still a handle.
Yeah, squealing a lot.
Hey, there's your weekend, buddy.
Oh yeah.
Huh?
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show, thank you for being with us. Our number is 866-WE-BE-BIG, another Rick and Bubba Show in the half air. From yesterday, the archives are out there, and we're in a brand new one right now. This one starts with the national anthem. It's 7.5 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number from the No Name Studio, living on the bleeding edge of technology, from Sweet Home, Alabama, to the world, on platforms like America's boldest radio stations on the Rick and Bubba Radio Network, streaming live on a TuneIn app. It's a 24/7 Rick and Bubba app. You get the live show and then archive shows after. Live on YouTube, Eddie Van Adler now takes over those duties. And then archived. You can get it archived on our podcast channel. That's all the audio archives every day. And our video archives are available on our YouTube channel. Both the YouTube channel and the podcast channel also have a best of hour every day for you, either audio or video. And you can see that best of hour also on Blaze TV. So we'll also tell you about an opportunity to hear a unique podcast every week called Rick and Bubba University. We'll update you on a brand new one that was recorded yesterday that will drop this weekend. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, and Helmsy have given you a kickoff hour. And over here sits the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the Kang's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome in to Rick and Bubba.
Blackberry smoke.
Ain't much left of me.
Blackberry smoke. So we'll smoke. And that's not Blackstone cherry. Two different things.
Yep. And very confusing to me. But I got it.
It can be very confusing. So anyway, we'll unpack another one. The kickoff hour is behind us. If you caught that, welcome in as for more. If you missed that, you can grab that in the archives. But welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. So I mentioned that you do have a lot of options when it comes to Rick and Bubba content, and one of them is Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. Most every week, not every week, but most every week, we do a new one, and a new one's out this weekend. And Bubba, it finally happened. You and I sat down with Sean of the South and we got corrections on the things that we had wrong, and then I think we somewhat figured out who he is and what he does.
Sean of the South,
sweet potato pie, and something about his mouth. Hey, but first of all, where we were incorrect, he's never been in a Jack's commercial.
I sure thought he was.
So we make that up.
So we were wrong. I thought I saw a guy that looked just like him.
Well, he even said that several people have mentioned that they saw him in the Jack's commercial, which he wasn't in. He said it must be somebody that looks like me.
I think so, but he did do Alpha commercials that he, like us yesterday, actually kind of made fun of. He said he and his wife can't even watch them. But anyway, so because you know how you stuff you see, and so anyway,
he's a really nice guy. It was a pleasure to meet him.
It was. Catch that this weekend because he has a really incredible story.
Yeah,
he really does. So anyway, catch that coming up this weekend. Also, we have the NFL draft. I know I heard the kickoff hour. It's one thing our show never, ever shies away from is trying to talk about things that we don't really know that much about. And but we did hit the basics, and we do know who the number one pick was. That we all know, and that was Alabama's Bryce Young goes to the Carolina Panthers. So we'll unpack that a little bit today too.
Yeah, the NFL draft has really turned into production, and I enjoy watching it. I watched I don't know, maybe the first dozen picks last night. And but they really do it upright. They have a lot of background pieces. The people hosting it have to really be on top of it because they don't know who that draft's going to be. They know, a pool of who is probably the best players available. But man, as soon as those guys are called, they've got all the footage and they've got the background on them, and so they have to be pretty quick on their feet with all that, but they do a good job with it. And what a massive crowd. We've seen it in other cities. Kansas City hosted it last night. Rounds 2 and 3 will be tonight. I guess it starts at 6 or thereabouts.
That's correct.
But it was quite a night. 2 out of the first 3 players were Alabama players, and they were well represented. And we had one left. We had a couple left in the green room, didn't it? Didn't get first pick. First round.
Levis from Kentucky sat there.
Which I know that's kind of tough, but he'll be picked.
Speedy
up
loves
soon.
that.
Oh, no, I'm firing my agent if he did that to me. Yeah. You told me to go and nobody picked me. No.
How did you even watch that?
Oh, I didn't.
Good.
I didn't. I didn't watch any of it.
So you were protected.
Yeah.
So,
but I just got notifications throughout the night of who was being picked. But Greg came in with that piece of information, and I'm just telling you.
Speedy, whatever.
Did you watch any of it, Greg? Because I think the presentation is really good.
It is. No, of course, Goodell got booed. Just that's the thing now.
Oh yeah, it's.
I mean, he pumps the crowd up when they start. It's pretty funny.
Well, they try to get Kansas City people out there with him so they can't boo them too much.
They had the guy from Modern Family, the big guy.
Oh, funny.
And he was cranked up. He was getting the crowd
He's from Kansas City, and he was decked out as Kansas
I knew
City
he was
apparel.
a big fan. I've seen him at Super Bowls and stuff.
That's good.
But yeah, and I heard you, Greg, talking about the NFL Films is taking us back to what the draft looked like in the beginning of professional football.
That is so.
I
Rick,
got hung
even
up
back
the other day.
Even back to the 80s, it's changed so much.
Yeah, it's a huge production.
And they didn't consider it a big deal. They were like,
Well, they found they had something they could market, and thus they did.
Yes, they did, and so that'll be ongoing today. And like I said, there were a lot of interesting moves. We'll talk a little more about those all around the NFL, involving the trades and picks and who's going to be.
I mean, the Texans were just trading left and right. I mean, they had the 2 and 3 pick. And,
they said.
I mean, what do they have anything left? I mean, will they have any draft?
I wonder what they gave away. They had to give away.
We'll take C.J. Stroud, and we will take Will Anderson, and we'll pick 2 times in a row.
Yeah. The debate was they going to go offense or defense. Well, I tell you what, we're going both.
How about this? We'll go both.
Laugh at that.
So anyway, we'll look at some of that today. We'll get into your phone calls. We've got interesting stories to update today. The Elite Eight, the Grade 8 will be here in the golden ticket seats today. As a matter of fact, I know for a fact there's a couple guys that have been hanging out in Birmingham since Wednesday. They got golden ticket seats. They came on in early so they could sit in the Bible study on Wednesday. And they've been here. I don't know what they've been doing, but anyway, so we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
And this 21 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866. We Be Big is the number. The gang is all here. All right, so we had the NFL draft last night. The first round is done, but also there were some other things going on in the NFL. Some trades, and then Lamar Jackson, he and his mom holding out. For them, the Jalen Hurts deal was like manna from heaven. So they
set the market.
It set the market, and Lamar Jackson says, "Well, I can't help but notice." Of course, if I was the Ravens, I'd say also can't help but notice, but he took him to the Super Bowl. But anyway,
I started to say that,
I can't help but notice that either, Lamar. But anyway, I understand. If you're as good as Lamar Jackson and you see that kind of deal being made with Jalen Hurts, your mama can probably work that deal. I mean, you got some leverage now, and the Ravens
strike one up from mom as an agent.
Yep, and so Lamar Jackson's new Ravens deal now moves him to a very. Is he now going to be the highest paid?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So he's now the highest paid.
$260 million for 5 years.
And all that really matters is that big number and under the word guaranteed.
Yeah, he has $185 million guaranteed.
Yeah.
He was wanting something more like Deshaun Watson's number, which was $230 million guaranteed.
Which I do not get.
I do
not get him
That's the
getting
weirdest deal in professional sports is Deshaun Watson.
Just take away. I'm going to say I didn't think that he's proven he's an elite quarterback, but then you throw the other baggage in there with it.
Yeah. If you want to flip Greg
sense.
Switch, bring up Deshaun Watson.
It makes no sense.
I mean,
I'll tell you what, he's got the greatest agent who ever lived. I don't know who he is, but I would hire him tomorrow.
Right.
Well, Cleveland obviously is trying to make some moves to change the culture and standing of their team, but boy, you're really you're gambling there.
Mm-hmm.
And for that kind of money and that kind of guarantee, they ought to be in the Super Bowl 3 out of the next 4 years.
Mm-hmm. And don't forget, the first year of his contract, he had to sit half the season out.
Yeah, and I just don't know that they've got what it takes to get there.
Mm-mm.
Now, I know that he's getting...
Who did the Vikings get first round, by the way? Anybody know?
The rumor was Hendon Hooker, but
I think
he didn't go. I mean, he's still around. So
I'm really surprised he didn't go because I feel like he, as far as the quarterbacks, may be the best one of the bunch.
He's good. Maybe the injury that he had late. But
who are y'all saying is the best?
Hendon, the Tennessee quarterback.
Yeah, he's good. Yeah.
There was some of the mock drafts had him going to the Vikings.
He's one of the top 3 quarterbacks in this, I think, for sure. I'm very confident in that. But who did the Vikings get? Just out of curiosity, Speedy. It's something I like to just glance at.
Mm-hmm. I'm looking here, and
they probably
I don't
forgot
see them.
and didn't get their pick in on time again.
Jordan Addison from USC, wide receiver.
There we go.
Okay.
All right.
They got to get Cousins some weapons.
That didn't excite you, did it, Bubsy?
Well, I don't know him. I don't know what they're considering their pieces they need to take it to the next level. I know this: they have not re-signed Kirk Cousins yet, and he was wanting an extension in the offseason, and they didn't do it. So I thought they might be looking at a quarterback to bring along, but maybe this guy's
Addison's
a
he's really good.
Yeah,
but now, to your point, I don't know what they need.
Right. Well, wait a minute, here it is. Vikings also picked up Bo Nix. Did you see that? That's the laugh I was looking for on a Fun Zone Friday.
Oh,
there it is.
Listen, hey, after this season, he may be the guy to get.
Absolutely.
But I'm just saying, you see Kansas City up there, and they've got multiple championships, and so many other teams do. And,
here he goes.
The Vikes, they can't stumble in there and get one. You know what I mean? Yeah. Just one and done.
They've had a lot of opportunities. Couldn't do it.
Bo, don't be so negative about the Vikings. I mean, it's y'all usually have a pretty good ball club every year. You do. I mean, it's not like it's the bottom of the barrel. You're not the Detroit Lions, Cleveland Browns.
It's funny you mentioned that because we were watching the draft last night.
Don't y'all agree the Vikings are a pretty good football team?
Yes, they showed a bunch of.
There's hope.
There's fans for every team there,
right.
And they showed a bunch of people dressed up with lion heads on and all that.
Oh, yeah.
And I said, what level of dedication would you be a Detroit Lion fan, one, and drive to Kansas City and get in that mob and scream and holler. And
you love.
I mean, you obviously must be independently wealthy and have nothing to do. Right. You know what I mean? That's all I can figure.
Now they announced last night next year's draft's going to be in
Detroit.
So laugh at that.
Well, I told Hunter and I was watching my son last night, and I said, you hadn't seen any Viking fans, have you? And, they were combing the crowd, and we saw Bear fans. Finally, they showed some Viking fans.
Don't be like this.
They had like blonde, long braids in the
like
horns.
Don't be like this. You realize how few teams have been to the Super Bowl as many times as the Vikings have? Would you rather have never gone at all?
That was a long time.
Would you
ago.
rather not gone at all?
That was a long time ago.
So, what about when y'all missed that field goal and you had a great team?
Rick, I knew it. I mean, I saw it.
Right.
Yeah.
Bubba, what I'm saying, it's not like you're pulling for a team that's never competitive. They're at least they make runs.
Oh, yeah.
Well, he won't enjoy that though, Rick.
Right.
That's the thing. So he had an opportunity last year to really have some good weekends with Minnesota football, and he would not.
Well, because he's afraid.
Well,
you know how bad it hurts. Jilted, Rick. When you've been jilted, you just don't want to give yourself. You don't want to break yourself. You know how some people say I can't give my heart away anymore.
Yeah, yeah.
I get it though. He hates losing more than he loves winning.
Yeah, I enjoyed the time
I get
they
it.
had.
You don't want to start thinking it's going to happen. You know
well,
better.
Rick,
Greg, listen.
There's just no history to back it up.
Well, you're going all the way to the Super Bowl, and of course, then you get hammered.
I mean, we run into every dynasty.
Right.
It's about time we play Kansas City again in one. That would be good.
At some point, though, Bubba, history does change.
It does.
And there will be a time, hopefully in your lifetime, where you'll get to see it. But here's the point I'm making.
Remember when the Patriots used to be garbage?
What if it was last year? What if it was last year and you waited till week 12 before you decided to jump on the bandwagon?
Well, I'm not. I mean, I watched.
You would have
some
had
of the
12
games.
weeks where you just missed that. No.
I
tried to get you to watch games. And
I
Speedy
watched
would text you things on things going on, and you I knew it was coming, so I didn't watch.
I know.
Well,
kind of got pouty about it.
You know they're
so
going to collapse.
I know you're going through a rough patch, but don't take it out on the Vikings.
You're just so
No,
beat
the
down.
Vikings are going through a rough patch.
Well, the Vikings have been beating up on Bubba since he was a little boy. Bubba, do you think it's worse? Like the Vikings, they got 4 losses in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
But they're spread out, or Buffalo, who had them all in a row.
They're both pretty bad.
That all in a row really hurts because you think, oh, we're back again. Oh, we'll do it this time. Oh, we're back again. We'll do it. I mean, that was. I've never seen
look,
anything
let's
like
face
that.
it. When Dad was at Jacksonville State, I was feeling that way.
Yeah.
And then finally, because going 3 out of 4 years and losing 2 of them.
Yeah.
You start thinking, so are we ever going to get one of these? And of course, thankfully, it happened.
Bubba, would you rather the Vikings win a Super Bowl and every year be at the bottom of the barrel and they're awful on the years they're not any good, but then they win the Super Bowl? Or would you rather them be really good all the time and not quite win the Super Bowl?
Now, what do we count as really good?
Like,
I mean, 12
like,
conference
they're like,
championship.
they're like.
Currently, neither
do
one
we
of those
lose in the first round of the playoffs every year?
When you're
you just don't win the Super Bowl, but
No,
you're
make
always
it to the conference
good.
championship every year.
Every year you're good, but
You may
would
not
you rather
win
be
it.
really bad and then 1 year win it?
I'd probably go for conference championship every year.
Okay. Yeah, no, it's fun to be in the mix.
Yeah,
yeah.
But he won't enjoy it early.
I
That's
know.
the point.
Well, he's jilted. His heart hurts.
I'm enjoying watching Kansas City.
It's
right
raw, Helmsy.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 35 minutes now past the hour, Rick and Bubba show. As we make our way back, your phone calls will happen on the show today, of course, at 866-WE-BE-BIG. And as we work our way back, helixsleep.com/Bubba. So, are you sleeping well at night? If not, helixsleep.com/Bubba can help. They have mattresses that they'll customize to the way you prefer to sleep. Rick, what do you mean? Well, ask Greg and Lisa Burgess. They have one that they ask you a few questions about how you prefer to sleep. Do you sleep on your back, your side, your stomach? Do you like a soft mattress, medium? Do you like a firm mattress? They take all that into account, and then they pick the exact mattress that would work perfectly for you. They also have a collection of luxury models. They've got some big and tall. If you need a little extra room, they even have mattresses just for kids. Find out everything you need to know by going to helixsleep.com/Bubba. They then take your customized mattress. They send it to you directly. You sleep on it for 100 nights to be sure you love it, and you will. But if something happens and you don't, it doesn't meet your expectations, then you get a full refund. They'll take it back, okay? So I got some great warranties available, too, based on the style that they pick for you. You could have a 10 or a 15-year warranty, too, depending on the model. So go right now to helixsleep.com/Bubba. That's helixsleep.com/Bubba. GQ and Wired Magazine has already voted it the #1 mattress on the market. So helixsleep.com/Bubba or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So Bubba, we also, I know there were a couple things you were talking to Adler about and Speedy in the break. Are we done with the draft, or is there still more on the draft?
We were just talking about some of the events leading up. What, Speedy?
Go ahead.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, you talking about done is just the conversation, Rick, or when the rounds are and all that?
No.
Okay,
I was just talking about do we have anything else to discuss on it?
There was a moment last night that Patrick Mahomes and Kelsey came out to fire up the crowd there in Kansas City, and they were
that'll fire them up.
They were supporting the championship trophy, and
I think this is it. Buddy.
Really rallied the troops.
Yeah, I think this
was
is
Mahomes
it.
sober this time?
Oh no, Speedy.
Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce!
I was referring back to the Super Bowl parade in Kansas City.
Oh, yeah. They brought the trophy with them.
Oh, boy. I want you to hear Kelsey's speech, Rick.
Can I hear it?
Well, I'm not exactly sure what he said, but he was very passionate about it.
Okay.
Wow, that's a lot of people.
It is, and that's for a draft, by the way.
Right.
And if you ever go back and see some of those old drafts, it'll blow your mind.
Yes. That's just under the tent right there at the stage. The biggest crowd is back behind that.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Hold up. Kansas City, I think we can do a little bit better than that. Chiefs Kingdom, can I hear you out there?
Here we go.
All right.
Wow. That's funny.
Hey, Chiefs Kingdom, we in this thing or what? Woo! Hey, we fought for our right to party, baby. How about it? This thing shiny or what? Goodell, you gonna give me this mic all night? Hey, you ready to trade up for the #1 pick this year or what? Bees, get a beat!
Yeah.
Are you ready to trade up for the #1 pick? Got that. Fight for our right to party.
Okay.
Turns out I speak Kelsey.
Okay.
I got this mic all night.
Right. Yeah.
He definitely has a WWE future.
Somebody being shiny. Let's see. Note to self: not good option for Gridiron Conference. Okay. All right. So anyway, it's
Man, he is a beast on the field, though, isn't he?
100%, absolutely. Yeah, if you want to win football games, he's your guy. So, but now if you want him to give a motivational speech, probably not.
The Chiefs fans enjoyed it.
Yeah, well, Bubby, they love him because of what you said first, because he wins Super Bowls. Look, you win Super Bowls and walk out, you can say anything, we'll cheer. Are they saying Chiefs Kingdom?
Yeah. Yes.
Is that what they're saying?
Yeah.
Chiefs Kingdom.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Can you say that?
I guess.
Is that some slight at Native Americans?
It's like when churches say, "Hello, church family."
Yeah, that's one of my favorites as well.
How have the Chiefs dodged the Indian thing? Because
they got people complaining.
Really?
You know,
Yeah.
we've seen it in
During the
many
Super Bowl.
sports, and but the Chiefs just are rolling right along.
Now, they banned wearing headdresses.
That's what I was just about to say, didn't they? All right, let me go back to this game.
But how can
like
you
that.
be the Chiefs and not get to wear a headdress?
What does it matter?
Well, listen. There's only one. There's only one of all these that I go, okay. If Redskins is derogatory, which again, there were different cases made on whether it was or not. Okay, so I'm gonna put that one over in its own category. Okay. I do not understand how saying Chiefs, because that's what the head of the tribe was called. There's nothing negative about that. Braves, brave warriors. I don't understand that. And then I don't understand that your team is named after what the name of one of the tribes was, like honoring that tribe. Because nobody puts a mascot on their team so their team will have a mascot that's derogatory.
Yeah,
the mascot means, hey, you don't want to mess with us.
You're proud of your mascot.
Hey,
it goes before you.
Right.
It represents you.
Everything is honoring your mascot. Your mascot is your symbol of having a great team.
And a lot of especially the Indian names are history to the area you're in.
Right.
I've never understood why that's derogatory.
I don't either.
But you see,
and nobody's ever really made a case that made me go, oh, I see that. Now, again, Redskins is in this different category. If that's some kind of slur or slight, then that's got its own category.
Mm-hmm.
But this other stuff, I don't understand.
I don't get it.
And then again, you have the Seminoles getting away with it. You have the Chiefs getting away with it. The Cleveland, the Indians could not. The Cleveland Indians could not get away with it. The Redskins couldn't get away with it.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. It's very confusing if you're trying to find logic in this.
West Georgia couldn't get away with it.
Yeah,
remember they were the Braves. Now they're the Red Wolves.
they had to get away from it, but the Atlanta Braves it hasn't moved.
Right down the road.
Yeah, I mean, what?
Yeah. Let me. Bubba. All right. So
no tomahawk chalk though.
All right. Let's go apples and apples. Okay. So we know
the Chiefs ought to just change their name to the Chefs, and it'd be very few letters that have to change.
And pardon me, Bubba, but I'm gonna use your team. Okay. The Vikings. So we know that there is a group of people that were called the Vikings.
Yes.
Okay. Now they've got a rough reputation. Okay.
Oh yeah, they come in there and mean business.
If they
got after it.
If their ships were hitting the shore, they're not coming to buy some souvenirs. Okay.
No.
All right. So there's some
the
rough.
term commonly used is rape and pillage.
Right. That's a rough bunch right
Yeah,
there. Okay.
yeah.
Tough history. But over here on every group of people, you will find at times that your group of people did horrible things to other people. I don't care who you are.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Everybody's got in that
If you
bucket.
follow your ancestry far enough back, then because let me tell you this: in a fallen creation, fallen people do bad things to other fallen people.
Yep.
I hate to break that to everybody. There's not one group. I know right now it's if white people are the most evil people that's ever existed. I would tell you white people have done some evil things, but so have every ethnicity that we've ever had.
Oh,
okay.
yes. Yeah.
So it's just whoever is.
Nobody's cornered the market.
Nobody's cornered the market on evil. But let me go back to this. So Vikings. They're the mascot. So are we saying that Minnesota is sliding everybody whose heritage comes from the Vikings?
Well, see, this is the problem.
Is this a slight against Vikings?
There was not
Or
enough.
are Vikings being used as we're warriors and we're coming onto the field to win? So how can Vikings be seen as a positive if you want them to be your mascot? But if I want my mascot to be a brave or a chief, that's a slight on them.
Well, I don't think there's enough Vikings left to complain about.
No, I got that, but I mean,
they don't have.
Does anybody?
They
If
don't
somebody
have the posturing power.
So if somebody said right now, we're going to put a team on the field, we're going to do merchandise, we're going to get a logo, we're going to put it on our helmet, and we want to win championships, and we've decided to call ourselves, just give me a city, any city, the San Antonio Rick and Bubba's. Okay, I'd be like, oh wow. So we're the mascot?
Oh, I'd want a shirt right
you
away.
know,
and
and
season tickets.
I wouldn't take that and that shows you how much we hate y'all.
No,
I think it shows how much you love us, doesn't it?
No,
I mean, what do you mean? Let me tell you, we hate y'all so much. You're going to be our mascot.
Yeah, you're going to be on all of our memorabilia.
Right.
We're gonna display you in the stadium.
I don't
because we can't stand you. We're making fun of.
I don't get it. I've never understood it.
doesn't make any sense.
It really doesn't.
There's a lot of things that don't make a lot of
Right.
sense in the current situation.
And then when you ask somebody to tell you why it's negative, I've never heard anybody make a speech and I go, oh, okay, I didn't think about that. Now, again, Redskins different. That's a different category.
Yeah, if you want to go there,
Yeah, you're right.
maybe that's debatable. But like we talked about the Mario, the Blackie, and all this, people
You
are
mean
telling
Mario? Did you say Mario?
I do that every time.
You do that to your grandson?
Every time he
drives.
does.
Well, I think I'm in a habit of that because it makes him.
You know
mad
why
and I
he
do it on
started
purpose.
doing that? Because he's aggravating his grandson by saying.
I know. He likes to correct.
That's how he aggravates his grandson.
Anyway,
It's Mario.
but I guarantee you, it's some white liberal that started the whole thing. And all these Indian things, it's probably people that aren't even Indian.
Oh, I got it. Did you get the email from Ron, who goes by the nickname Big Black?
Oh, I thought about it.
Greg actually referenced that.
He sent an email and said that what y'all said is exactly right. He said, I am sick and tired of a black man having a bunch of white liberals deciding what I should be offended about.
Big Ron. Telling him he should be offended.
Right. Yeah.
Oh, God.
15 minutes to the top of the hour. So the NFL draft is there. Lamar Jackson cuts him a new deal with the Ravens. I think the Ravens also went out and got Odell Beckham for him.
Yeah.
Don't know how much he's got left, but he can be an elite player when he plays well.
And
can stay
the receiver in the first round, too.
and can stay healthy.
Yeah.
14 minutes to the top.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. I can't stop.
9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is the number. Things you need to be aware of coming up. We got a couple of things I want to hit you with. May the 6th, Somerville Baptist Church, Phoenix City, Alabama. Man Church, I'll be there speaking to the men. They want you to let them know you're coming. There's a link where they're asking you to register, so do that. Also, if you are listening to us on I-92 or anywhere in around the Montgomery, Alabama area, we'll be Bubba and I'll be coming to the Montgomery Biscuits baseball game. It'll be Rick and Bubba night. There's going to be an opportunity for 50 of you to hang out with us. We'll have a little grip and grin and spend some time together prior to the ball game. And then Bubba's going to be throwing out the first pitch, and we'll even play a round of Country Song or It Ain't at the game. So,
I need to get out and throw some.
You really do. So keep listening to I-92 for your chance to be part of that, and we'll see all of you at the game, Lord willing, on May the 18th. And then today, Bubba, I've got the opportunity to be on Glenn Beck.
Glenn Beck radio show.
Glenn Beck, the radio show today. And, anytime I'm preparing for Glenn, you have to prepare. And, you don't know where Glenn's going. And, I know what I'd like to say, but we don't know where Glenn's going. Glenn's not exactly the most upbeat about our country right now.
I bet.
Would you agree with that?
I bet.
So, looking forward to that. We're supposed to talk about the new 31-day devotional, Transformed, and also talk about what's going on. Because
are you going to give all of us a shout-out?
Oh, absolutely. Okay. 100%. That's what we're supposed to be talking about, but remember, again, it's Glenn. So, Glenn could go.
Just don't make him cry, Rick.
I know. What I'm wondering, will Glenn drop his voice? Here's the thing when you know that Glenn's about to cry. Here's the thing when you know Glenn's about to cry. Is look, when you come on and you're talking to him and all of a sudden he drops his voice down, Rick, let me just, I don't want to ask you this right here. Let's just go back. if he drops down like that, it means it's, but the bottom line is where we're trying to go, and this is kind of what the 31-day devotional is about too, and everything we're doing with the manchurch.com. It kind of goes back to the first person I ever heard say that say it this way was Tony Evans. Our country does not have a political problem because that's a symptom. That's the fruit. Our country has a spiritual problem. We are spiritually corrupt and we are spiritually lost. And what happens is what you're seeing is evil people do evil things. And if you think you're going to combat that with just some worldly solution, just like when you start talking about these shootings, and this show right here has shouted from the rooftops, could we please talk about why the person wanted to shoot everybody up?
Yeah.
We seem to be focusing on how this person pulled off the killing. Shouldn't we kind of be focused on why they wanted to kill everybody? Why are these people so wicked and so evil? Shouldn't we concentrate there? Kind of like what we talk about all the time on the show. I think we probably want to go after the disease. We've treated symptoms. That doesn't work.
Yeah, we have examples of guns being around for a long time, and it wasn't this way.
Right, and a lot of it does go back to men because of the influence, and you see this. Everybody. I had somebody ask me the other day, why do you think these trans women, which are biological males, are becoming so violent? I said, that's easy. They're men. I said when men leave their proper place. And when men leave, Rick Burgess included, I've been there. I've got a body of work to show it. When men leave the authority of Christ, when men remain in their lost state, and they have not been transformed and made a new creation by the power of Christ, and they're not where they're supposed to be, they're not under the proper authority, they're dangerous. Always have been, always will be. And so what we really need to be working on is a transformation spiritually in this country, starting with the men because of their influence and flowing from there. And that's what's wrong with our country. Now, we can try all this other stuff if we want to. That's fine, but that's it ain't gonna work. It's a spiritual problem. The days are evil, and until people are changed by the only one who can change them, there ain't gonna be no change. That's been the way it's been forever, and so. That's kind of the focus, I hope. But we'll see. And so, Bubba, some other things that we talked about on the program today. Have you seen? Now, this was middle of the day yesterday, so I'm sure it's even more. There's the ongoing what's going to happen to Tucker Carlson. Okay.
You're bothered by the video that I showed you this morning.
And I'm not saying talk about it. I'm going a different way.
I think we ought to show it.
Bubba, Bubba, we can't show that video.
Why?
I mean, is it even real? Is it edited? Is it a fake?
I think
what are
real.
These things called? Because,
deep fake.
Because what Tucker Carlson is talking about on this podcast he's on, and it looks like in somebody's house, okay, is if this was true, and there's over 100 cases, isn't that what we heard him say?
That's what he said.
100 cases of this. Should we say it? I don't know.
Of U.S. citizens or soldiers.
Well, he says military guys. Yeah.
That have been killed by UFO encounters,
by brain injuries.
Yeah, they approached a landed ship.
I see. I told you.
You've got this one's attention.
Time out.
Greg,
they were injured by some energy force that it was giving off.
And this was Tucker
Carlson's. If
Can we just stop and play it?
We'll come back top of the hour.
You sure it's not his AI?
That's what I'm saying. We'll come back top of the hour and we'll play it. We'll give it to Adler and we'll look at it. What he is saying in the video.
There's one thing we're gonna have to bleep in it.
Okay. Well, he does say that, doesn't he? I saw that. Well,
bleep.
I think we'll get the point before we even get to that line. You know what I mean? So he says that a lawyer approached him. He said the guy's a real lawyer and says, I didn't believe in any of this stuff.
No, he's an expert witness because he's a.
I thought he was a lawyer. I thought he was a lawyer handling cases.
Well, he's a doctor.
Brought in as an expert.
Expert witness.
On brain injuries.
Okay.
And he says, I've got lawyers bringing me in as expert witnesses because they have cases. And he said there's over 100 of military families that want to bring to the world that their loved one received a brain injury because they encountered a UFO.
And it hit like a
yeah.
A what?
They got
they got a pulse
like
that damaged their brain.
What in the world?
It says there's over 100 of them.
Over 100.
It's just really kind of incredible.
Right. But the point I was going to make, and we'll do it when we come back, is, everybody keeps wondering what's Tucker going to do? Where's he going to land? And it goes back to, the influence and, how it is today. I'm an influencer, whatever. They said his video yesterday of kind of I'm taking some time off and here's what I've discovered. What was it, 2 minutes long? Mm-hmm. 17 million views.
Good.
Now that was
leverage.
That was as of midday.
Yeah.
So there's no telling what it is now.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I think it's 20 now.
Is it 20 million?
Let me see.
Yeah, they were comparing that to how many viewers for Fox News,
yeah.
and his time slot went down.
Right.
And they were comparing the two.
I know Sean gets the flag of being the face of that network, but I think I've always thought it's Tucker.
Well, no, Sean, for a time,
years,
you would no doubt say it was Sean for a time. And one of the points that I think Tucker was making, too, in the video we saw, there was a time when you could watch a show on Fox called Hannity and Combs, and you watch two people with two different points of view have a discussion, and they're talking about, well, those days are over.
Yeah.
Now all you do is go to one channel for one opinion, another channel for another.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
just a matter of... Here we go, 6 minutes past the hour. Our guests and the golden ticket seats come our way about 1 hour from now. So if you're making your way into the No Name studio, you're coming here to live with us on the bleeding edge of technology for a few hours. We look forward to seeing you later. Wonderful Wheel of Meat will be spun by the golden ticket seat folks today, as somebody could win delicious canned meat. So that's coming up on the Wheel of Meat. Our other Rick and Bubba prizes are from sponsors. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler all here. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you. All we ask for is 5 hours each and every day. I don't think that's too much.
No, so we have. So let's go back to the Tucker thing. All right, we're not going to play the whole thing.
Look, he's been in the news a lot lately. Someone sent this. I don't know when it was done.
Yeah.
It was detailed a UFO situation. We'll just let you hear it for yourself.
So
I don't know where this come from or how old it is.
And we'll do also probably video 6 too, Adler, on this too, with Megyn Kelly weighing in and all this. But the bottom line is, and this was, people were showing clips from this podcast he was on. It really doesn't matter, honestly, when it was, because if this was ever murmured, why? And there's any validation to it at all, and I'm not saying there is.
Yeah, why haven't we heard?
You would have thought there'd have been a huge news story on it, no matter when it was said, because I don't think any of us can remember any time in history they said, "Oh, that's right. Remember that story came out about those people that said a UFO gave them brain injuries." Is
this the same podcast we played?
Yeah,
Okay, yeah, it makes sense now.
So that was pretty new, right?
That was like a month ago, I thought.
About a month ago or something. All right, so listen to what Tucker Carlson is saying.
He's done a job then.
And we'll come out of it out of where the mark is, because he does say something that we don't want to be on the air, but it doesn't matter. By the time we get there, he's already established what we can openly discuss as a group. So here's Tucker Carlson on somebody's podcast.
Nelk Boys.
Say it again.
Nelk.
Okay, Nelk Boys. And him talking about this
Speedy booking,
this doctor that approached him about being an expert witness on cases. Here we go.
And it was only in the past 5 years when all this evidence would emerge, and I'd be like, well, that's not true. It doesn't seem true to me. Like, I don't know what the truth is, but I can tell when someone's lying. It's my one gift. And I would see these people lying, and I'd be like, why are they lying? I know they're lying, but why? And so I really came to this, like, at the age of 50. That's very late. Like, I never for a second thought UFOs.
What changed your attitude at 50?
The evidence.
Which is what?
Well, oh my gosh. The Pentagon was required by the last defense authorization bill to, like, produce some of their files on UFOs, and it turns out they have known about this since the end of the Second World War, which ended in 1945. Been a huge increase during the war as well. Huge increase in UFO sightings, in UFO crashes, and it turns out the federal government has been tracking this for 80 years and lying about it. So why? Well, that's a great question, and I can't answer it. Theories, but I don't know. But here's what I learned. The first question is this real? Or am I just being a crazy person who's spending too much time on the internet? Well, this summer, we got a call. We didn't reach out. This person called us. Lexi, who's standing right there, who's a genius, one of our producers, gets this call from this guy who's a tenured Stanford medical school professor, and he wants to come on the show. Now, this guy has a couple patents, and so he's rich. And he's got tenure at one of the most prestigious schools in the world. So, like, he's not a flake. He comes on and he's like, 11 years ago, the U.S. government reached out to me because I'm an expert on head injuries, on brain injuries, traumatic brain injuries. As a physician, they had all these court cases from families of U.S. servicemen, over 100, who'd been killed by UFOs. The Department of Defense was refusing to give them death benefits or medical benefits. And he's like, so they're in the courts. And I was like, there are over 100 servicemen killed by UFOs? Like, what? He's like, yeah. And there are court cases about it. I'm like, why isn't this on the front page of the New York Times? I don't know. But he goes, I'm involved in it. I'm one of the researchers. I'm the expert witness in these cases.
Good night.
What
in the world?
So Tucker is one of these people. You ever seen them that tell a story and they play both roles?
Yeah.
They get in character. Well, I don't know. Do you know? Well, I don't know.
Right. And first of all, Tucker says that he has a knack for knowing people are lying.
Well, look,
no, and Greg, you do too. So you understand this gift. And then he says,
Greg just thinks everybody's lying all the time.
Well, in this world, it is easy.
Bubba, in this world, if you guess lie, you're going to hit it about 8 out of 10 times.
You just gave my secret away, Bubba. Thanks.
But anyway, but he says that he also never believed in UFOs till he was 50. And then he said after 50, the evidence has convinced him that UFOs are real. And then he goes into this call they got to the show. Now, is there also, I guess, is he going to tell us that Fox would not let him have this guy on? Because if the guy wanted to come on.
That's about as far as I got watching it.
Right. And so has anybody heard that there's over 100 families who said their loved ones served in the military and they were killed by UFOs? And he goes on to say that they were on bases, and he said they seem to be drawn to anywhere you have nuclear power or nuclear weapons, that they seem to be drawn to that, and that they landed, one of them, and when they walked out to encounter it, they were hit with some sort of pulse that it was a brain
some
injury.
Kind of
killed
energy that, and he said one of the most documented one was in West Germany, in the 70s, and a flying saucer literally lands on a military base, and the soldiers go up to surround it, and they're hurt by the energy or something coming off.
So
over 100
unidentified flying object, UFO. Okay.
I like that name better than UAP.
But it doesn't mean it's from another.
No, it means we don't know what
we
it
just don't know. We just don't know what it is.
But it's probably aliens.
Correct. No, you're right. But the bigger question is,
what is it?
I don't know who did it.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is, there's some ship from somewhere landed and killed over 100 of our military, and there's lawsuits about it out there, and there's some expert brain head injury guy from Stanford that keeps being called to make the cases and look at their brains. What are we talking about?
And why is no one?
No one's mentioned that to us.
Well, and he asked me why, and I said, why? Well, I do this. And then he told me.
That's good, Greg. Well, guys, things have gotten so bad under Joe Biden. The Pentagon released this footage of these silver orbs that they've caught on drone footage, and nobody even cares. People are like, I'm trying to afford gas, whatever. I can't deal with silver orbs right now.
Right.
But this is from the Pentagon. This is legit. This has come out this year. This past
year. Yeah, we had stories, I guess, last week about some of the stuff that they've released, footage-wise, that's got everybody scratching their head a little bit.
Oh, yeah, we tried to bring attention to the stuff they have released, and nobody seems to care. I mean,
they have documentation.
And that may be part of the easing us into it.
Yeah. Yes, the slow leak or whatever.
Yeah.
Right. So also, here,
full disclosure,
back to Tucker Carlson update. So here's video 6. Former Fox News host Megyn Kelly, she is saying that Tucker was not actually has not been fired from Fox yet.
Mm-hmm. And we don't have to stay with this the whole time, just maybe the first minutes.
All right, so she said, here's what's really
yelling.
Yeah.
I'm in termination and have a lot of thoughts about it. I want to, I think, break some news for you. Tucker Carlson hasn't actually been fired. He's still an employee of the Fox News Channel. What happened was Suzanne Scott called him, she's the CEO, on Monday morning and said he was not going to be allowed to do any more shows and that he had been kicked out of his company email. And now they're going to have to negotiate an exit. Some reporting to me suggests that she said it's going to be an amicable parting. Right, isn't it? Completely catching Tucker off guard. But Tucker's not fired. That's my information, that he still needs to negotiate the exit and that right now he's not free to launch a podcast or a digital show or negotiate with other employers at all because he's still under contract.
So there you go. I mean, so she's saying the reason why you haven't heard what he's going to do next, he's not free to do any of that yet because they haven't finished the separation of the relationship.
Bizarre.
Yeah. So what that means is how much he's going to get to go away. And then how long is he still under a non-compete and this kind of stuff? So interesting. But I'll tell you what, he's going to end up somewhere once they let him go.
How many views did his little update catch? You say 17 million?
It was 20 million now.
20 million.
Yeah, 21 point something.
Yeah. So now it's over 20 million.
And with over 70 million impressions as well.
Yeah. Phone calls are next. We'll chat with you. 866-WE-BE-BIG. The lines are available. We'll find out what's on your mind. as the Rick and Bubba show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This 100L.
Minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. We will go to your phone calls. So Bubba asked the question. We all asked the question. I don't know what to do with these comments from Tucker Carlson from about a month ago on this podcast. But if some sort of craft landed at military bases and sent out some sort of pulse that caused brain injury so severe it killed members of our military, and there's around 100 or a little more than 100 lawsuits from family members. You know, like I said, even if we take spacemen off the table, if anybody landed something on a military base and crushed the brains of members of our military and killed them, you would think we would be at war, or that there would be some sort of. So I don't know what to do with that. So you have to go. You go item number one, and I'll put this honestly under the most likely. Are you ready for it? Crackpot called the Tucker Carlson show trying to get on. Okay,
that's possible.
And I'm gonna put that as the most likely category. Okay, but then you get into, if it's true, what are we talking about here? And there's only three options. It's our own experimentation, and we accidentally killed some of our own people working on some weapon. Another country has developed weapons, and they did this to us, or it's something from another world.
Some aliens from another planet.
So crackpot
have been visiting.
The number one answer would be crackpot calls Tucker Carlson show trying to get on.
And I'm sure there's a long list of those.
And I know Tucker says he has the ability to tell if people's lying or not. And if he has that ability, I think there are experts that are brought in that do look for things that show that people's lying. I'm not sure Tucker's got that kind of training, but but I do understand that sometimes you can tell when people are lying, or at least you think they are by the way they're acting.
We all, I think, to some degree have the ability when you feel like somebody may be lying, but there's no exact 100%
As an interviewer or
way.
a host, I would think you have to get pretty good at that, of reading people when you're
So-
interviewing them to see.
So
if
there's your four options, and honestly, I don't know which one. Yeah.
I've pulled up an article from 2021 that is detailing. It's from the New York Post, and it is detailing this professor that has been testing the brains of people who say they've experienced a UFO encounter, and these are the symptoms they display. And it's Dr. Gary Nolan, and this is the guy he's talking about at Stanford.
Okay.
And he has he's published more than 300 research articles about this. He holds 40 U.S. patents that he mentioned that.
Yeah.
So to his point, this is not some just
Crackpot
crazy
who comes
loon. This guy's pretty credited.
And then the question goes
And
back.
this was back 2 years ago when all this was going on.
And this goes back to Tucker Carlson asking the question as we are asking. So this wasn't a news story?
Right.
I mean,
well, and evidently it was,
Yeah.
because the New York Post did an article on it, and when I Google this guy's name, Dr. Gary Nolan, several things pop up with news sources covering this.
Mm-hmm.
So
you would think that would be something that we would all be more intrigued in than a trans woman hocking beer.
Yeah.
You know what? I mean, even though I do think that's absurd, I'm not sure it's as important. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But Adler, did you have something?
He was on a couple pretty large podcasts himself, so he has made some appearances. So I'll do some more research on
But
this
isn't it
guy this
interesting that
weekend.
Let's see if we can book him, Speedy, because he probably wants to be on one of the top 75 in the country right here at Rick and Bubba University, right?
But do y'all not acknowledge, why can't this guy's story get any ground?
Right.
Well, I think when it all first came out, we were arguing about masks and all these other, should we lock down schools and ridiculous things in that nature.
Ron in Mississippi. Ron, go ahead. Welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Hey, guys. Morning, guys. You doing all right?
Good. We are, buddy. Go ahead.
So, to your point I'm not an expert on so I'm really not sure who's lying about the UFOs, this or that. But, hey, I'm pretty sure these three things never lie, and that's going to be children, drunks, and yoga pants.
All right.
Did he say children, drunks, and yoga pants?
Yes, they don't lie.
Can I tell you something I heard a country song the other day, Bubba, and I think about your country song grenade, and there was a lyric in it that I laughed out loud in the car. And it's some song, as most country songs are, of some guy trying to drink some woman off his mind. Not a new concept in country music, but he made the comment that he keeps telling himself he needs to move on, but he doesn't listen to drunks.
That's good.
We continue. Jackie, Kansas City.
KC.
Hey, come on, Jackie.
Hi, guys.
Hey, Jackie.
Hey, I work for the Kansas City Chiefs, and I give tours at the stadium, and I know how the Chiefs got their name.
Okay.
Back in the 60s, when Lamar Hunt was our co-owner, or not co-owner, but our owner and founder, he had the Kansas City gosh, I can't even talk. I'm so tired. I worked the draft last night.
No. Come on, Jackie. You're up way too early. You should still be sleeping.
I should be.
Yeah.
But anyway, he had the Texans, Dallas Texans, and he knew he had to move them from there. They weren't making any money. He happened to be friends with a mayor here in Kansas City named H. Rowe Bartle. H. Rowe Bartle was a huge opponent of the Boy Scouts of America, loved everything they stood for, supported them in every way. Well, Lamar and our mayor got to be friends, and so Mr. Hunt decided to move him to Kansas City. He couldn't necessarily call them the Kansas City Texans.
Wow.
So they got to talking one day, and Mr. Bartle says, yeah, the Boy Scouts have made me an honorary member of the Boy Scouts, and they've named me the chief. And Mr. Hunt got to thinking, that's cool that you're a Kansas City chief. And then it kind of stuck, and that's how we got our name.
How about that?
That is cool.
How about that?
Very cool.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. Boy, you guys are one of the premier programs right now, I'll tell you.
Yeah.
That your franchise is doing great.
Yeah, it's so funny. We think of ourselves as this little bitty place that everybody flies over.
Yeah.
And I'm always amazed at the people that, like last night, they were from everywhere.
Oh, yeah.
Everywhere.
Yeah.
That huge crowd.
Well, look, we would love to come see a Kansas City game. You got any ticket connections?
You got any connections? Bring in the Rick and Bubba show, a little special Kansas City Chief weekend.
I wish I did. I'm sorry. I get asked that a lot.
They're hard to come by, aren't they?
I bet they're hard to come by.
Jackie, get some rest, and thank you for that background.
If we make it out there, Jackie, we'll be talking about it on the show. So thank you for listening.
Yeah, thanks, Jackie. See you.
All right, terrific. Thank you.
Well, she sounds tired, doesn't she?
Yeah, I really would like to go see a Chiefs game before it gets cold.
Yeah, Brad. Yes, Brad. Welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey guys.
Hey.
So that Tucker Carlson comment about the UFOs, it was on a Full Send podcast on YouTube. He did, probably a couple months ago, but it's 2 hours. But it's worth watching. It's just a candid podcast he did, and they talk about everything from the guys going to Russia to UFOs, but there's an open investigation. He said it was about 100 servicemen that got, traumatic brain injuries from whatever this was.
Yeah.
And there's lawsuits and everything else. It's pretty interesting.
Yeah, we watched that part of it. That's what we were just talking about.
He goes on to say that a flying saucer landed at a U.S. military base in West Germany. Landed.
and killed people through brain injury.
Got too close to it.
Right.
She was a little hot.
Right. Wow. So there you go. All right, so yesterday we never got to it, but people were talking about the South Korean president visiting us and actually singing American Pie.
Yeah,
at the state dinner. We have that.
We need to look at that.
And, of course, our president, we've always got fun with him.
Yeah.
More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour. Don't forget Rick and Bubba University, the podcast this weekend. Sean of the South, Sean Dietrich, our guest. And what an incredible story. Enjoy that wherever you get podcasts coming up this weekend. It'll drop sometime tomorrow. Carshield.com/Bubba. Are you driving an automobile right now that has no warranty? Well, if something happens, get out the old checkbook or swap that debit card, or if Dave Ramsey didn't know about it, the credit card. Carshield.com/Bubba wants to give you a protection plan to help you with that. If the repair is covered under your protection plan, they'll pay an ASE certified mechanic that you choose directly. But there's also options to have 24/7 roadside assistance, also to have courtesy towing, rental car options. CarShield is saying, you know what? If you've got an automobile with no warranty and it's got problems, it doesn't have to shut you down. You can still have peace of mind with being protected. So go to carshield.com/Bubba. We will get you 20% off your plan. If you prefer to talk to someone now, call them at 1-800-451-7776 or carshield.com/Bubba, and of course rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button, also an option. So yesterday we were talking, and the visit of the South Korean president to the White House, and we watched all that, and we'll get some more of this too. But everybody kept telling me, I can't believe y'all didn't. Did you know the South Korean president sang American Pie? And I was like, no, I didn't. I did not know that. And apparently he did, and apparently we now have audio and video of this. Are we willing to dive into this and hopefully be able to get through this unscathed?
Yeah, he actually does a decent job. It looks like they're having a good old time. The first part of it looks like Adler's queued up a little bit past it, is they're going back and forth, and Biden asks him to do it, and then he speaks a little bit and then tells the pianist to hit it, and then there he goes.
Okay, all right, here we go.
Who's the old pal behind?
I knew you were.
Oh my! I'm taking Greg's mic down.
A long, long time ago, I can still remember how that music used to make me smile. And I really felt my chains. And I could make those people dance, and maybe they'd be happy for a while.
Long song.
February made me shiver with the paper I deliver. Bad news on the doorstep. I couldn't have one more step. I can't remember if I tried when I read about his willow bride. Something touched me deep inside the day the music died.
No chorus? Oh, you got to hit the chorus with American Pie.
I think that's all he's saying.
That's pretty good.
Hey,
Yes, it
look,
is.
I'll be honest. A few pronouncements, but it wasn't that bad when you consider what I thought was going to happen.
That's President Yoon Suk Yeol.
Oh, wow.
Took it on.
What did he do to you? What did he make you mad about? Speedy,
I thought it was pretty good.
Does he
You've been a little rough on it.
does he speak English? Or did he just learn?
I know.
He uses a translator when he was at this event. The Biden kept
Well, that's
talking.
more impressive.
Biden kept talking on top of the translator and having to say, "Oh, sorry," giving him a break and stuff like that.
I remember. I'm so sorry.
Okay, Greg. That's exactly that's why I said unscathed. That's why we get through it unscathed.
You ready? Speedy, do you want to tell him who originally recorded that song?
All right, so I don't know if y'all have done this or not.
I don't know about this.
During the kickoff hour.
Okay.
Don McLean sang American
He almost
Pie.
did it
Correct.
again.
He did. He almost did it again. I don't think I did that. I know you're excited. Hang on. And I don't know if y'all have ever done this. When you're talking, you're reading down, and you're just talking. You don't really hear what you're saying, but you're just talking. And I called him Don Lemon.
He goes, American Pie, great song written by Don Lemon. And I said, Don Lemon's got a song in it?
No, yeah, and he said it, and then I quickly went, "Oh my gosh!" I realized it. Can't remember if I cried.
Greg. You can't do that.
Good
buddy.
day.
I don't think you can do that anymore.
Well, if your name's Chong Suk Klong,
Greg,
that's
first of all, that's not his name.
Remember back when I said,
I
y'all think we can get through this unscathed?
Hey, I thought you potted him back up. You had him down.
I did. I thought, foolish me. Foolish me.
I'm serious.
Considering it's
get
not
into
his
the weekend?
language, I'm gonna be nice here. Considering that, I mean, it's not even his language and everything. I thought he did
Not
pretty
bad.
good.
Greg, isn't it about time to go feed the puppy?
Right.
Looks like he was actually having fun and smiling.
Greg, all I can think about is I think that Don Lemon would have liked that rendition.
I think Don, since he wrote it, he loved it.
Here, you check this one more time. Here's the ending. It's really good.
Bad news on the doorstep.
The beer step.
I couldn't have one more step. I can't remember if I tried when I read about his willow bride. Something touched me deep inside.
The day. Sing it, Greg.
The music died.
But don't you think if you're trying to sing a song with America in it, wouldn't you have gone right to the chorus? Of course, really, honestly, if you think about it, what Don McLean is saying is our country's going down the tubes.
Something touched me.
He's saying all the
deep
things,
inside.
our innocence was lost. And he said he thought the part of that was when he read about Buddy Holly dying, and he thought, now that kind of innocence of the 50s is over, and now we're heading into all this turmoil.
Do you think he stopped from doing the chorus so they wouldn't use it as a soundbite against him?
Probably.
Yes.
Back at home.
No, I think that's a great point, Bubba.
No.
I don't think he wanted that optic of him saying "Bye-bye, America."
Right.
Yeah, good point.
Now,
I wish he'd have done American Band.
1B
With the
with
cowbell.
Kamala Harris. That was an awkward moment.
She also sings a rendition of it, right?
Yeah. Well, yes.
Something touched me deep inside.
But yeah, everybody knows Squid Games. That's the Netflix.
Yeah, I didn't watch that.
She brought that up.
She brings that up.
I never watched that.
Yeah,
That's weird.
All right, here's Kamala Harris talking to
Our VP. Our VP.
All right, talking to the South
Do
Korean
hand
president.
motions and all that.
I also think of the Emmy Award-winning TV shows like Squid Games, which I will confess Doug and I binge-watched at home over a series of weeks. And I think of the actress, Yoon Ya-jung, who I met in Seoul last year when I convened groundbreaking South Korean women.
Yeah. Do I?
She is the first Korean to win an Academy Award for acting. These are
She never gets an
examples
applause.
of the cultural ties and the intertwined history between our nations.
True. She thinks that's cultural
That's
ties.
history?
Squid Games.
That's history. Squid Games.
You
and
know
an actress.
where I saw where she lives in Washington. You know, the vice president's house is much bigger than the White House. I mean, it's much bigger. I mean, I don't see what they do with all the rooms in there. I mean, it looks like a hotel.
Did y'all see the Babylon Bee thing yesterday that they'd found the 6-year-old that writes her speeches? That's good. She's really good. So also, let's go to 2A and B.
Yep.
Oh, come on now.
Leader of the free world, and we got some great commentary on 2B because it shows you the hypocrisy of politicians, especially the far progressive left. But here's first of all, this one's just titled Biden versus the teleprompter.
Watch Dr. Jill Biden, the First Lady.
Okay.
Focus on her because she's pulling for her husband to get through it.
Oh, yeah, you've been there straight.
Yeah, so I'm going to have to look away. I've watched this.
When we look back years from now, we'll know whether we met this moment. You know, so you got to let me tell you something because that's so important. Because all of you, we will meet this moment because of you.
What is he talking about?
He's staring right across the camera at the teleprompter.
He gets tied up, and then he doesn't know what to do. So this is when he starts ad-libbing like he wants to. When he ad-libs, he wants us to know. He wants to get up in our face and motivate us. No. Let me tell you about this. You're right. Poor his wife's just over.
You see her?
Heck of a doctor. But I mean, it's
Whoopi enjoyed her.
All right, now remember just the other day that the Biden told us that our children are not just ours; they're everybody's.
They're the future.
We need to care about all children. Now that seems to be true with the president, unless you're an illegitimate grandchild.
Right. By the way, Hunter's being drugged back into court. You know, he tried to get out of that, but the judge is going to make him appear.
Yeah, and so
he's not making his child support payment. He said he doesn't have any money.
Yeah, he should have plenty.
Yeah, but he's selling paintings for $500,000 a pop, and he's living in a $12,000 a month Malibu apartment.
Right, but he has no money for the child that has been proven is his child, even though he tried to deny it. But remember, this president says no matter where a child is, that the all-caring, all-loving government must take care of all children because they're not just yours, they're ours. If they can get out of the womb. Yeah, if they can get out of the womb.
They survive that.
And then, apparently, that does not apply to children that were conceived outside of marriage by one of your sons.
Yeah.
So here is Biden talking about his grandchildren, leaving, of course, one out.
I have 6 grandchildren.
You have 7,
and
Joe.
I'm crazy about them. I speak to them every single day.
Not true.
No, probably
not a joke.
Not true. That is a joke. It is a joke.
Going through the calls, and only one of them answered the phone. But at least I got to leave a message.
No, I'm serious.
Well, then that's not talking.
But by the way, he is completely lying, and you know he's lying because he says he's not joking.
I'm not joking. Which means I'm
grandparent that has that many grandchildren, even the greatest grandparents on the planet, call their grandchildren every single day. They just don't.
Especially if you're the president of the United States, you might have something to do.
Yeah, and of course, then he realized that probably people might follow up on that, and he's like, "Well, they didn't answer, but I left them a message."
There's no joke, Rick.
But he said that we should care about all children. But I will say that his son, and I guess they're not caring about this 4-year-old son. Whose
daughter, isn't it?
Your daughter.
Yeah, I'm sorry, it's his son. For some reason on the paper, but he.
I thought it was a daughter too. It does say son on that paper. Sorry,
it does on the paper, but I don't know which one it is. But anyway,
they probably hadn't decided.
This child that he is his child that he now is not supporting the way he's supposed to, and apparently the president's saying we won't ever mention him either. So that kind of doesn't look like that you're all caring about all children, does it?
No.
So I'd probably take a note of that.
And one of the kids had a follow-up question, where are your grandchildren? And he tries to say where they live, and it's just a train wreck. It's just 1 minute of him just saying,
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Even clear-thinking people, if you have 7 grandchildren, would have a hard time saying where they all live. You know it?
Well, that's true.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
minutes to the top of the hour. 8 minutes to the top. We'll get to some more of your phone calls coming up a little bit later on. Our guests in the golden ticket seats get here next. So, Bubba, you and I were chatting prior to the show starting today, and you seem to be excited about a potential sequel. You know, Greg, not a huge fan of sequels. This is one of those categories. There's a handful of movies that Bubba considers to be snubbed by the Oscars, and
well, they're classics.
Yeah, and they're and if you bring them up, you're going to get Bubba going.
Cultural icons.
Yeah, and one of them, of course, is the movie Dodgeball,
The legendary Dodgeball.
That's a funny movie. And there's now going to be a sequel to Dodgeball.
If I am spinning by the channels and I see Dodgeball on, I stop and watch it every single time.
I do not. This is my only caution. This is a caution flag, and I know that you're probably already thinking this. Thought I heard Greg starting to go there in the break. When Dodgeball came out, even though it's 2004, you go, well, that's not like ancient history, Rick.
In movie, it is.
Well,
It's
also
20 years?
in culture, it is.
Yeah,
it's almost
big
20 years.
difference. Oh,
and
my goodness.
And this culture has changed so much.
I didn't think about that.
In 2004, we could still make fun of things, and we could
Rick, that's a
laugh
good point.
without protests and mobs and cancellation and taking our script and handing it to the woke and say, will you please approve my script? Have we covered everything that you want us to cover and honor? So you won't be mean with us and you won't be mad with me. So I just
we need two trans characters.
I just don't think
some reason
you can.
I'm a robot.
I don't think you can do this sequel well in today's environment, or you do it and just get in trouble.
So Vince Vaughn,
You're right,
and Ben Stiller they say, according to this story today in the Hollywood Reporter, they have long milled the thought of doing a sequel. But nothing has moved on it. But it appears now there is actually a working script, and they are finishing that up now. The original movie in 2004 grossed more than $114 million domestically on a reported budget of only $20 million. So it was very successful financially.
Don't be mad with me.
And you're right, Rick, for the reasons you probably that's the biggest challenge.
I mean, if you're going to do comedy right now,
the biggest challenge.
by the time they're done filtering it, there's nothing left.
Because
And there was
2004 to now, I mean, we have.
Right.
There was a lot of comedy there, a lot of play on how, a lot of the people like David Hasselhoff was admired by the Germans and all that kind of stuff. So it'll be interesting to see how they play this. But I'm all in. Now let's give it a shot. Why not?
But I also worry
But
about
you
the
can see the
characters.
uphill climb for something that was that funny.
Yeah, but if anybody can pull it off, Vince Vaughn, Ben Stiller would be the people.
I worry about the characters being a lot older now.
Right.
And how do you tie? If you did the sequel within 5 years of the first one, maybe.
Yeah.
But it's going to be interesting.
I wonder if Chuck Norris is going to come back.
There's a lot of people make.
Let me guess. You can't throw at the head anymore. You can't hit them too hard now. Don't hit them too hard.
Don't forget when Global Gym guy, White, whatever his name is, at the end he's blown up and he's huge and fat. Now you make fun of fat.
Ginormous, eating pizza and everything else.
I think it comes out he's actually trans in this next one.
Guys, how about this? Y'all are laughing. I don't know where these two are now. Vince Vaughn is kind of. I'm not even sure what he's really even up to now. Okay, it's been hard to figure.
Yeah.
But at one time, I thought he was starting to be one of those that was leaning a little more, at least to the middle, and conservative.
He got bashed for hanging out in a box with Trump.
That's
remember?
right. That's right.
At some football game.
But I don't know about Stiller and his gang. It's just, will they bow to all of the pressure, or would they just say we're doing a funny movie and everybody get over it?
I know. I'd like to.
You kind of hope it'll be.
Now,
that.
Rick, there's another movie being remade that's really going to be hard to do in today's times. It's Blazing Saddles. They're going to redo it too.
Look, I fully expect.
Imagine trying to pull that off.
Greg, I fully expect Blazing Saddles to be removed from history.
Or cut down so long it's a 30-minute show.
Greg, Blazing Saddles may just be removed.
Yeah,
like you can't
altogether.
Any archive of it be removed. No VHS copy of it.
I saw something yesterday, and I'm not joking. This is real. There is a movie being remade. White Men Can't Jump. Is being remade again.
Okay,
Woody
so it's
Harrelson
not a
and
sequel,
Wesley
it's a
Snipes.
remake.
It's not a sequel. It's a remake.
Which means it would still be
and
terrible.
it's coming out, I think, this summer. And I saw the trailer of it yesterday, and it looked funny. But to your points, you can't joke about the same things they were joking about even then now. So I don't know how that's going. But I'll say this: the trailer looks like they will.
Don't
I didn't recognize the names, but I recognize the characters.
That's that curly-headed rapper.
Yeah,
What's his name, Speedy?
It's not Jack.
Yes.
Jack Harlow.
Jack Harlow. That's it.
I have no idea.
Never heard. First time I've heard of him in my life.
Very famous
wouldn't know
for some
Jack
reason.
Harlow.
He can spit. He can spit.
What?
He can spit.
He can.
That means he can rap.
He can rap.
Y'all got to get up on the culture.
You're right. It sounds about like spitting, a lot of it. Right.
But it looked. The trailer came up on an Instagram ad last night, and I watched it, and I thought, okay, because I did like that.
Well, I'm
going
to tell you this. I'm offended as a white man. Yeah, there you go. Because we can jump by Ned.
Show us, Greg. Show us how high you can jump.
I used to have a vertical leap off the charts.
My wife can't jump. We saw a
That
video.
of her that was funny.
She had sock
was
feet
funny.
on and was
Yeah.
going outside,
That's
and
funny.
it captured her trying to jump from dry
Did
spot
you say,
to dry spot.
Did you say white Terry can't jump?
Yeah, she kicked her leg and literally made it as far as if she would have just walked.
Well, let me tell you,
I saw that. That was an interesting jump.
and I understand the excitement on
Bless
these
her.
either
Just
remakes or sequels, but there's a greater point, and some of those are fine. But
it's on Hulu.
Are there no good original ideas anymore?
I know.
I mean, I
That
looked
was my
up. We're
thought.
sitting here the other day, and I look up, and Disney's Plus is launching another Peter Pan.
Oh, my
I'm
goodness.
like, guys, do we have no new ideas? Somebody goes, we need another movie. What do you think? You want to try that Peter Pan thing again? I mean, haven't we done Peter Pan every way you can possibly do it?
I mean, I don't want to spoil it for people, but
and
the movie,
peanut butter, too.
yeah, the movie Hook is actually Peter Pan.
It is.
It's just called Hook.
Greg, there's so many Peter Pan versions, and somebody said, hey, what do you think about running another Peter Pan out there?
Tell you what, I got an idea.
Does anybody have any good original ideas that aren't weird? And just because it's weird doesn't mean it's good.
I was about to say Christopher Nolan, but his movies are pretty weird. So
Yeah,
you know.
yeah. I didn't mean be strange. I mean do something creative that has some incredible dialogue. You know, right now I would challenge to think of any modern movie that somebody says in the future the dialogue from this movie will be on the 10 best movie quotes of all time. I mean, there's no this is the beginning of a beautiful friendship. There's no classic lines. You can't handle the truth. I mean, there's none of that out there.
There's another
hello.
There's another Fast and Furious coming out, so that could be really good.
Oh
Yeah, I saw that.
Those are really
What will it
deep.
be about, cars?
Yeah, those are really deep.
And explosions.
Yeah, can't even hear the dialogue.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Check. Hey. What's up, tubers? It's Adler. Thank y'all for watching on YouTube. Really appreciate you guys. I am moving files and servers and videos, and I've got all kinds of things ripped out here and taken apart, and I'm putting them back together this weekend. And that is why I'm not showing replays during the breaks right now. I have gotten the memo that you guys don't like the music. I understand that. I'm working on it. Thank y'all for watching. The replays will be back come next week. So just so you know, that's why I'm playing some royalty-free music during the breaks. Thank y'all for watching. Thank you guys.
From the No Name Studio, 6 minutes past the hour, on the bleeding edge of technology from Sweet Home, Alabama to the world. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here for a brand new hour. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for being part of the Rick and Bubba Show.
Bubba, the Elite Eight are here.
Yep.
There's the Great Eight.
There they are.
There they are. They're from all over, Bubba.
All over the
We got them
world.
coming from Missouri, Tennessee, Cleveland County.
That's right.
I mean, they're from everywhere. You know, we've got it in this. Let's see, where else? Let's see. So, Cleveland County, Alabama.
Huntsville, Montgomery.
Huntsville,
Tennessee.
Missouri, somewhere in Tennessee. So they're all here, and Bubba, and we're going to give them an opportunity before the show is over to spin that wheel of canned meat behind you.
Wheel of canned meat.
Yeah, and Bubba and I were looking at the various canned meats we have because if it lands on,
it's a variety.
If it land, it can just land on Bubba going there and pulling one out of the box. And I will tell you what, I looked at the deviled egg. I mean the deviled ham. You remember deviled ham?
Oh yeah.
It scared me because it had that devil on it when I was a
It
kid.
did.
The white
It
package.
scared me right till I put it on the cracker.
Now, I was the potted meat guy. I love that.
Don't
I'll
read
put
the
that
label.
on a cracker
Yeah.
in a minute.
Yeah. That was one of the potted meats. It was
I used
called.
to eat a lot of sardines.
Yeah. Huh?
Rick, I was out when all this came to fruition.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So I got a question.
Driving.
Are they actually spinning for themselves or for
No.
callers?
For callers. For callers.
Okay.
Yeah.
I actually got
Is that
a mail
disappointing?
It does. It does disappoint me because I was wanting them to be able to walk out with cans of meat today.
It would be a
Doggone
lot
it.
simpler.
You see what I'm saying? And we wouldn't have to ship anything.
Right.
Yeah, we only had
Or
one.
get their information.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I see why you're really pulling for that.
There's a lot.
I was really hoping to come back to that.
There's a lot of upside to that.
There was. Wish I'd have been here in that meeting.
Right. But hey, you know what we did? We got canned meat, and I'll tell
That's
you
right.
I
what.
saw a
That's
bunch
right.
of it in there.
Yeah,
A lot
it's
of happiness given out.
Canned meat. It's look. Don't turn your nose up.
Rick,
at it.
imagine not knowing that this is going on and walking in on Monday to all the canned meat.
I bet that was
Like, what in the world?
You know what you thought yourself? Well, they've turned into preppers.
Yeah. Or it's a canned food drive for charity.
That's right.
Speedy said he liked that corned beef in there.
Yeah.
I saw you eyeing that.
He's in that mood.
He is.
Which I kind of like. Go fix some more coffee. I need you geeked out by 10.
He forgot he's got to go home and feed dogs.
Oh, and he also
man.
forgot he's got a remote he didn't tell us about.
Yep. Are you?
Well,
Henry,
that all got swapped around, so it snuck by me.
Are you going?
Yes,
somewhere?
I am. Rick 11-1 today. Come on by. We got construction going on, but that don't matter. We got them. We got to move them.
And today
we got them moving. You got to move them.
Special pizza today. The toppings: potted meat.
Potted meat. God, imagine that.
Yeah. All right. So if you want to be taken serious, can I just tell the Earth worshippers, the man-made climate change doomsters? You're really coming across like a bunch of idiots. So here we go. Burn, baby, burn. Burn, baby, burn. Here we go. Climate
Burn,
protesters.
baby, burn.
Everybody. Burn, baby, burn. All right. My wife is not going to be pleased with this because I think this is the little statue that she thinks is precious and mild. Edgar Degas' Little Dancer, age 14 sculpture. It's in the National Gallery of Art in D.C. And climate activists. Now, I don't know how you bring attention to climate change by putting paint on the Little Dancer.
What the Little Dancer?
Well, I don't know what the Little Dancer did to warm the Earth. Is there carbon emissions on ballet? I don't know.
Yeah, really.
But this is the famous
Tiny Dancer.
Yeah, this is the famous. It's a Little Dancer,
goodness.
and so they're taking
Somebody to come and slap a snot out of it.
Hand art.
And so these are climate protesters, and I don't know how this Bubba is supposed to make us care.
Oh, please take a listen.
Listen to these.
Do we have any security?
We need our leaders to take serious action to tell us the truth about what is happening with the climate.
We are adults. We should be at home working. I have a job that requires health and safety, but I can't do my job unless I have a government that does their job in looking out
I'd like
for
to
the
kick
health
him
and
right in the
safety of our
face.
children.
He ain't got no job.
He can't believe that security guy right there. Cannot believe he's having to tell people to leave.
Can I tell you what? You hear his speech. You know what it is? He's a loafer.
He's looking for a reason not to go to
and
work.
what he say?
Like
and he doesn't want you to know he's just a loafer. He wants you to think he's doing this big call that we must understand his loafing.
Well, look,
his
hey,
loafing
hey.
is actually should be applauded because he's trying to save the planet.
Hey, his president's in. Why don't Biden do something?
That's right, bro.
I mean, what's he tore up about? He's got his guy in there.
Can you imagine a grown man saying, "I really do need to be at work, but I just can't go to work till I know what's going to happen to this planet."
Yeah, they need to lock them
that
up.
Sounds like
charge
that
them
sounds like
see if all you need is a good whooping right there and drag them out and cut out some of that food.
Let Terry Tate
Look,
show
you can yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Listen to what he says. I'm sorry.
You can be whatever your cause is. That's fine, but don't be destroying property and all that. That's ridiculous.
And how in the world does the little dancer get involved in this?
Well, that's what I'm saying.
And look, with a voice like that, don't try to give me a rousing speech.
No.
I should be at home working.
I should be at home working.
Who, Mr. Wispy?
Health and safety, but I can't do my job unless I have a government
there,
that does their job of looking out for the health and safety of our children.
I wish Terry Tate would just
I like to put
absolutely
my
square up
hand,
on
dip
him
my
right
hand
there.
in that paint, just
You're
slap
right,
the crap out
Adler.
of both.
He said I should be at home working.
I should be working.
I should be at home working.
I work from home.
Well, you know why he says he wants to be at home working, because he's one of these people that's probably still wearing a mask in his house behind the computer saying, I can't come into work.
Right.
Probably.
Which kind of takes us to the Blaze TV trailer.
That's crazy.
Look, Blaze TV, I didn't even know they were doing this. Blaze TV is doing a movie called Reopening, and it's a mockumentary, which I always love the humor of a mockumentary. Again, can you do this kind of humor? And from the trailer, you'll see the premise is a community theater is boldly going to reopen, even though the COVID is out to get us all, and they're boldly going to try to reopen, and they're making fun of the. And by the way,
this is boldly funny and mildly offensive to some people.
Yeah. Now I will say that there will be a reference to a part of the human body in here.
Well, it is a true
but
test
it is a
to do that.
It's a scientific. It's a scientific word. It's an uncomfortable scientific word, but it's in there.
Roll it and let's just watch it.
So here it is. The movie.
So legend has it that there are ghosts in our theater. Any person that has come to see a show and then leaves and then dies becomes a ghost. Now,
notice the
they
mask.
can always listen to your feet tapping, and that's where the part gets. My name is Roger Bastian. I wear many hats. I am a theater director. Okay, everyone, listen up. Today's going to be a big day. I am a theater owner. This would be very off-putting for an audience member. They may feel that they're in a crack house. I'm a crowd pleaser. Why are there cameras here? They are filming a documentary. Well, it's a huge Hollywood film, and they're going to be watching us reopen the theater. You just said documentary. Don't start with me today! Okay. We're going to clean up. We're going to disinfect. We're going to reopen.
Roger! The most accurate form of coronavirus testing is anal swab.
Anal swab, like your anal area or anal?
What goes in the anal?
Oh my God, what time is it, Roger?
It's 11:32 a.m. Guess what? You've won the lottery. No, I'm kidding. You've won something better. A role in my show. Yes. It might be off-putting and scare an audience if they think that you're scared.
My line's coming up.
The water's moving.
They're intense, y'all.
We're gonna reopen.
Stop saying anal!
Good night.
Looks pretty funny.
I'm in.
There's some double
I
masking
am
going
in
on
for
too.
that.
They're double.
A lot of zooming in.
I do want to
That's
say
funny.
this. I do want to say this, and I don't want to be insensitive because you know that's my nature.
Right.
But mask people, 2023 mask people. What are y'all doing? I really don't know how much more research has to come out that masks are not going to solve any smidgen of COVID that still exists. It really isn't, and that's been proven over and over again. Some of you are wearing them like chin straps. Is it
Rick,
is it a security blanket? I don't.
It is.
Rick, I want to think that some
don't
of
get
these
it.
people are have immune problems,
Right.
maybe going through chemo
You
or
do have
something.
some
And
of those.
That's what
and those people existed before. We just didn't notice it like we do now. And I hope that's the problem.
Yeah. Well,
But I know some of them are not.
I do wanna
Because
pull them aside.
I've heard them giving a speech,
Yeah.
which we can hardly understand.
Our numbers are way up, as you said. You know, people who are going through chemo and people who have immune compromises have tried to bring masks for the things they do help with for as long as people have had those kind of problems, to your point, Bubba. But the increase of masks are clearly up. There are some who are healthy people that are clearly going out every day thinking I have to wear this or I'll get sick.
See them every day, and I want to. I don't want to be mean. I don't want to be mean about it. I just want to simply go. I want to be able to start a conversation. And go. So why on today in April of 2023 are we still wearing a mask? Can you please explain that to me? I respect your opinion. I just want to hear it. What's going on here?
Yeah.
Is that rude?
Are you gonna be in that nice
'Cause I'm thinking
voice?
about asking.
Well,
Yeah,
I see one going for a walk with one on
I
all
see
the
it
time.
all the time.
Can I
Every day I see
Yeah.
15 or 20 amongst the campus at UAB, and I'm like, what's going on?
Can I
Maybe
tell
it's
you
a
this?
pollen thing.
Or in a car.
That's pollen.
Can I tell you this, Ems? Unfortunately, if they answered you, wouldn't be able to understand it.
Yeah.
Good point. You get just few words.
Right. You'd be like, well, I can't understand it. And
People don't have to. People can wear one if they want to.
Of course.
But they know they don't have to, right? They know that, right?
Apparently not, or you wouldn't
Yeah.
wear it because it's
Evidently
extremely
they
uncomfortable. The few times back when you were forced to wear them, I thought that's one of the most miserable.
Yeah.
I mean,
especially if you wear glasses.
Do y'all want me to start asking?
I think you should. Would you do it? Will you do a documentary on the campus?
I'll see what I can do.
Rick and Bubba.
Look.
the gravy, please.
22 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Thank you for being with us today. So, Bubba, how about a heartwarming story? You want a heartwarming story? I kind of need
Rick,
that.
I need a heartwarming
How about a heartwarming story? Apparently, Drew Maggi, is that how you say his name? Maggi?
M-A-G-G-I?
Drew Maggi has been banging it out in the minor leagues and has played over 1,100 games in the minor leagues and finally got the call to come to the show.
Real life Crash Davis.
There you go.
Straight up.
You
How
go.
about that?
And he gets a standing ovation at his very first bat in the major
Yeah,
leagues.
and the umpire actually gave him extra time. He didn't get punished for taking too much time.
Well,
So
yeah,
I thought it was
probably in these moments you might want to let that kind of stuff go.
Yeah.
So for the Pirates.
You can see his mom and dad are going to be up there too.
Oh, Speedy, are you okay?
Yeah, that's a special moment.
A little warm and classy greeting. I love this game.
Was he 13 years in the
Jeff Nelson, home plate umpire, stepping out, giving him a moment.
It was kind of cool too how they did
it.
it. So the head coach, I'm not sure his at bat there, but the head coach for his minor league team had everybody in the locker room. He didn't even have a shirt on. He was sitting in front of his locker, and the coach is like giving this team, speech and whatever, and then throws it in towards the end. Oh, by the way, you're getting pulled up, and they all went nuts because he'd been in the minors for so long.
Did y'all say 13 years?
13 years. Wow.
1,100 games?
Mm-hmm.
A lot of some change?
It's a lot of bus rides, boys.
That's a lot of bus rides.
To a lot of.
It ain't a lot of money.
Yeah. A lot of out of the way stadiums.
So, from what I'm reading here, he got the standing O, and then he gets a hit with a pitch clock violation.
Oh, cool.
With his first at bat. Is that
He gets a walk.
What does that mean?
Well, I don't know.
It could be a
How does he
3-2.
get a hit
If he gets a
with that?
3-2 count and the pitcher gets too long, gets
Well, let's see.
too much time, then he's awarded a ball, which would be a walk.
So it wouldn't be a hit; it would be a walk.
Yeah.
So are they booing the ump for now not letting it continue?
Oh, they're saying he. Yeah, okay. They gave him a strike, but then he gets a hit. Maybe that's the story.
I hope so.
Okay.
Yeah,
I hope so
Okay,
too.
did he get a real hit? I don't.
Yeah,
I'm
he
trying
got
to
a
find it.
I thought
When did you become the expert on
I
this?
thought the article I read the
You're
other
all
day.
confident over there with your pen in your hand?
I thought I saw hit. Too.
Highlight
Maybe
stuff?
I was watching a movie.
And that would actually make sense because he got the warning or the strike, not the other way around with the pitcher.
So the umpire gave him.
He get a hit or not?
He gave him more
Let's find
time, but then also called a strike on him because it
Correct.
took too much time.
Correct.
What a bip!
How about it sounds like?
Oh, he's hit with a pitch clock violation. That's what I was reading. He got hit with.
I thought he got a hit.
Why would you
Come
write
on.
it like that?
Come on, sports.
I don't know anything about baseball. Why would you write it?
I know.
Or this is other at bat. Did they do a? I'm telling you, I saw a story a couple days ago, and I thought he got a hit.
You don't know.
Maybe that was Shoeless Joe Jackson, and 8 men out.
My favorite is when you start talking about why you got all that going on over there. Like you got your desk laid out. It's almost like you've been researching it. You know
Let me
what
tell
I
you
mean?
what happened. It was a 3-2 pitch.
So it was earlier this week. It was in the 8th inning. He was
Hit a home
appeared
run.
as a pinch hitter, is what it was in the 8th inning. He struck out in his lone at bat.
Oh, that hurt.
But
And they immediately
the-
send him right back down.
I wish we
Pittsburgh-
wouldn't have dug into the story.
But Pittsburgh
I
did
felt
beat.
that coming.
I could have
felt that
swore I
coming.
saw a
Did you
hit.
hear me, Helms? I felt that coming. you know what I mean? Because there's not a lot of talk about it, a lot of mention.
The Pirates did end up beating the Dodgers though 8-1.
Okay.
So the team won.
Thanks to
Now,
Maggie.
oh wait a minute! It did say he got a single next at bat, but got picked off at first.
Greg, don't say that.
Cinderella.
Right. Greg, unfortunately, he took a mighty swing and tore his rotator cuff.
So it does look like the standing ovation was earlier when he was called in to pitch hit.
Oh, okay.
The first strike was a foul, and then the second strike he took too long, and it was a pitch clock violation at home by the home plate umpire. And then he fouled off another one, and then took a ball before striking out swinging on a slider.
He did get to run down to first because the ball hit the dirt when he was swinging, and he had to throw him out it.
Mm-hmm.
So we started
which I think's
out-
a stupid rule.
He
but,
said it's the best.
you know.
He said it's the best strikeout I've ever had.
We started out with the story
Rick, listen
and
to
realized
these
we knew
numbers,
nothing
okay?
about
You had him getting a hit.
I did.
Rick, you've got him.
I think it's a different at bat.
I
or
heard
it's a
Don
different-
Lemon called the game.
Oh,
Wait a minute. It may be a different person.
His career,
Seriously. I
which
think the
is-
guy was talking about play for the Padres.
which has been 12 years, 10 months, and 18 days since he was drafted in the 15th round, 447th overall back in 2010. He's had a 254 batting average, 978 hits, 45 home runs, 354 RBIs, and 222 stolen bases. That's a lot of steals.
He's been playing down the minor league for a long time.
He really has.
You know, Greg, it's not exactly the rookie. But I mean,
it didn't turn out like that.
But it's still a hard. In your movie, Greg, he can get a hit.
I thought he got a hit.
Well, he may still get a hit. You think you'll get another chance to
They
bat
didn't send
this?
him back.
Hopefully
down there
so.
to Saskatchewan. or
You know,
whatever.
he was in Double-A and got pulled all the way up.
I know. Listen, now I feel you pulling for him. You're in.
Of
now.
course.
That's a
You're
long time
emotionally
to be-
connecting yourself to the
Yeah,
story.
yeah. Well, seeing the video of him getting told by the coach was kind of neat too.
Right.
Do we have that one?
That's what I actually saw yesterday. I didn't actually see.
Can we
it
see
today.
that clip?
I have this queued up of him talking
after the game?
afterwards.
All right,
This
let
is
me
after
do
he
this
struck
otherwise.
out.
If you want.
Yeah,
All right, careful.
What will you take away from this? What's special about this that you're going to take away for the remainder of your life?
Just that anything's possible. You know, never give up, no matter what you're doing. You know, if you love something, go for it. This is special to me. I'll never forget this whole experience. You know, I didn't expect it, but this is, don't give up.
Great words of advice. Drew Maggi.
It's Maggi.
Maggi, I guess.
Maggi.
All right, then. A little anticlimactic, yeah.
But do you have to belittle everything?
Wow,
I mean,
Greg.
I'd like to see
It
him
was
get a
his
hit or
dream.
something.
It was his dream.
Get caught up, strike out.
So
there's a movie.
so if I stay in the minor
Call
leagues,
Dennis
Greg,
Quaid.
if I stay in the minor leagues
Greg,
and I don't
Greg,
give,
the puppies are crying.
Greg,
said call Dennis Quaid.
Greg, if I stay in the minor
I
leagues
gotta admit that's kind of.
and grind it out for 13 years, if I don't give up, I may be able to walk out and strike out.
I saw your face.
I'm sorry, Speedy.
Or it could be you ought to give up. Because think about it. Okay, the baseball didn't work out. If he'd been working at a job like maybe the past 10 of those 13 years, he'd probably be in a lot better
Do you think
shape.
if at the end of the story it said he has a stray that had 8 puppies, you would like him?
I'm just saying, y'all got to admit, it would have been better if he at least got a hit.
It would have. It'd been a better story. Bottom of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. We'll get to some of your phone calls momentarily before the hour's over. A wonderful Wheel of Meat still to come later in the program today. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. Our guest, Sean of the South, Sean Dietrich, we'll interview him. Great story. You'll enjoy that this weekend on Rick and Bubba University, wherever you get podcasts. Meal planning never been simpler than HelloFresh.com/Bubba. The #1 meal kit in the country, 40 mouth-watering recipes every single week. We got snacks, we got sides, we got desserts, and more from HelloFresh in the HelloFresh market. It comes to your door. You place your order. Here's the meals I want. Here comes the recipe card. Here comes all the ingredients. Cuts down on trips to the grocery store. Helps you save in your overall food costs. So much a better deal than what it costs to get fast food delivered to the door, and it really does get your family back around the table, even for families on the go, and it's that time of year, isn't it? So why don't you go right now to HelloFresh.com/Bubba. We'll get you your first box for free. We'll also get you 50% off your order with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Also find that link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Everybody's favorite press secretary. Here she is again, Karine Jean-Pierre. Where do we begin? I know she's already
Let's start with 2C, Rick.
Yeah, we never played the clip, but she's coming off her roaring job of making us aware that it was Lesbian Awareness Week.
Visibility Day or something.
Almost missed it. Anybody didn't know lesbians were around? I did, but undoubtedly we had to have Lesbian Visibility Week.
They need to be seen.
Yeah,
visibility.
Yeah. Well, I've seen them. I mean, they don't seem to be invisible. And also, of course, we had our government endorsing a show on Showtime, which I thought was odd. That I understand can get a little dicey, but again, in the state of our country, that's. But now we're going to move from that to the President Light Spaghetti. Is that where we're going now?
Yeah.
So let's get started.
That's fun to watch.
Here's another gripping press conference for Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre.
So there's a few that I know of. He likes spaghetti, which is pretty cool. I love spaghetti too, like spaghetti with red sauce, and so that's one of his favorite meals. So
you knew it'd be something soft. Yeah, she was taking questions from actual kids that were in the.
Oh, really?
Press. Yeah.
Now, are these kids that belong to the state, or these are kids that individual
funny,
parents?
Rick.
Yeah, do they actually have
When
parents?
it comes to spaghetti noodles, do y'all cut them or do y'all roll them on the fork?
Roll them. I roll them.
Oh,
roll them best I can.
I tell you what, I like to go with the penne.
Yeah.
Or spin them.
I tell you what, I don't mind. I don't mind for the sauce and the noodles and everything to already be all of it together, and I just dip it out already with sauce on it. Let's go.
You like it?
Let's go.
Just have it ready to go.
I don't mind that at all. But I'm glad the president, as you said, Greg, you knew it'd be something soft.
Yeah, it needs to be.
Everybody wants to now. She wants to talk about why Joe Biden uses these note cards. We all saw the note
where
cards.
he's getting fed the questions in advance.
Yeah, and
real journalism, folks.
And everybody's reading their part as we watch a show. So, hey, Karine Jean-Pierre wants us to understand this. Now, this explanation, it's.
I'm not joking.
It leaves a little to be desired, but here we go.
How are the reporters decided?
So the way that we have moved forward with this type of process is that we reach out to a number of reporters who we know are going to be at the press conference, and that's what we did yesterday. And also we try to be really mindful on who has not gotten a question in a while. So as you know, we could only pick 2 reporters yesterday, so that limits our ability on how many reporters we can call on. Mary's not here, but I can say one of the reasons that we picked Mary is because she was just named chief White House correspondent for ABC and had not gotten a question in some time. And we picked the Los Angeles Times, which has not gotten a question in some time. And I want to add that the fact that California has the largest Korean American population in any state in the country, and LA has the biggest population of any city in America, and LAT is the biggest daily paper serving that population. So we are mindful on who we pick and who we want to communicate out to.
I know
that has nothing to do.
You're not supposed to do that.
That has nothing to do with Joe knowing the question in advance.
Yeah.
It's just a play we're watching.
Thank you.
Come on.
Three B's.
Okay, JP.
And then no one asked this question. Well, then explain to me why there is the Ghostbuster logo with the line through it over Peter Ducey's face on a picture on a card. So here
Jump
is
to
So
C,
the
'cause
LA
3B's a lot of
the
them.
LA Times just can't get a question in there.
no, and ABC, their new correspondent, nothing. All right, she
We
continues.
do not have specific questions in advance. That's not something that we do. And in fact, I would point out the questions that was asked was different than what was on the card that you all saw.
It wasn't. It wasn't. It wasn't.
No, it
That's
was
not
the
true.
same.
It wasn't word for
one
word.
said the.
Why was a question on the card to begin with?
Right.
There you go,
Yeah.
Bubsy.
No.
Good
Wow.
night,
Good
y'all.
gracious.
If y'all just hey, just feed it to us like spaghetti.
Right, right, with red
Let
sauce.
me have another.
Like spaghetti.
Yeah, so
I love spaghetti.
do we want to
I do
get?
too.
Do we want to How about get that into garlic bread? Do we want to get into the Sudan thing at all? This
Well,
fall?
yeah, just cover it because this is a good point. This is a lot like Afghanistan. I mean, Joe will just leave you out to hang.
You better believe he will. And also, if you're his son's illegitimate child,
Oh,
you
yeah,
get
good
left
luck
behind
with
as well.
that.
So here we go. This is Karine Jean-Pierre talking about the citizens that were getting evacuated from Sudan.
Yeah, we've left 16,000 behind.
You know, the people in Afghanistan. See, I told you. Go ahead.
Given the president's direction and what you're saying right now, a number of other countries have evacuated citizens over the course of the last several days and taken advantage of the ceasefire the U.S. helped put into place. The U.S. still has not. What is different about your risk assessment right now, or security assessment, than what other countries are looking at as they've gone in and gotten their people out?
So want to be, as you know, when it comes to risk assessments and intelligence, we're very careful to not speak to that. But we've been pretty clear in laying out and communicating with the American people. You've heard us here from the National Security Advisor. You heard it from the State Department, from Secretary Blinken directly. And we have been clear on what the president laying out, which is what I did, laying out what at the president's direction, what we have done, how we've moved forward, how we've worked with allies and partners to get Americans out. And we've been pretty clear about this for the past several months, for the past year, what the situation in Sudan. And so we're going to continue to have those conversations. As I just mentioned, there are counselor services.
She rambles on, and he finally says,
there
"Look,
that's
I'm not
trying to help
asking for any
Americans."
classified information. Can you just tell me why
other countries can get their citizens out, and we've got 16,000 still there?
He said, "I don't need the classified stuff. I'm following some of our reserve people in their 20s. They're just showing it on their Instagram."
Yeah, for real.
Right.
But she does her classic. I can't
go to
really.
Biden's garage.
Yeah, I can't really comment on anything. That's what she does that all the time.
She did say that in order to help some of the people get out of Sudan, that they're going to be putting lots of handles on the outside of airplanes so that people can hold on and get out of the country.
It's an upgrade.
That was the biggest.
We call that
mess
the
I've ever seen.
Afghanistan.
Yes.
Wow. Do we want to hit DeSantis before we go to break here?
We got time?
Yeah, we can do one more probably. Yeah. So Ron DeSantis, a reporter is asking him about Gitmo.
Yeah.
What is this about?
Well, I think he was stationed there at one time.
Right, I got you. Okay, here we
And
go.
it's kind of hard to hear the question, but his response is fantastic. And yeah, he's talking about Gitmo, and he's going to cite Gitmo detainees as witnesses, basically.
During your time at Guantanamo, did you witness any incidents?
No, none. All that's BS. No, totally BS.
Governor DeSantis say you were present during those meetings. Is that
Who said that?
Detainees have told us.
How would they know me? Okay, think about that. Do you honestly believe that's credible? So this is 2006. I'm a junior officer. Do you honestly think that they would have remembered me from Adam? Of course not. They're just trying to get into the news because they know people like you will consume it because it fits your preordained narrative that you're trying to spin. Focus on the facts and stop worrying about narrative.
There you go.
Nice.
I was a junior officer, and they got me in charge of the prisoners at Gitmo.
Right.
We'll be back. Phone calls are next. All 10 lines open up. And whatever you want to talk about, this is your shot. At 866-WE-BE-BIG, make a comment, ask a question, bring information to the table. We'll chat with you and what's on your mind when the Rick and Bubba show continues. Don't forget, everything you need to know about the show can always be found at our website, rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Here we go. 10 minutes to the top of the hour, and the lines are open, and your opportunity to join us is now. 30 seconds a pop, and we'll let you come in here and make something happen. Let's go. You're programming the show. If you get in, you can say, I played a part in programming the Rick and Bubba show. So don't take this job lightly. There's no meaningless shout-outs, there's no shameless plugs, and there's no baby prediction. You have to ask yourself this question. If you were catching the Rick and Bubba show, you heard your own call. Would you be informed by it? Would you be entertained by it? Or would you go, I have to be honest, I would find myself annoyed. Yes, America, we can cull ourselves. I know we can do it.
We can do it. Yes, we can.
Yes, so this is you providing content on today's program. And because of the troll format, you can get in quicker, and you also can get on the air quicker. So let's get started. Let's go to Eddie in Birmingham, Alabama. He's got us on 104.7 WZZK. Eddie, 30 seconds. Go right ahead.
Hey, guys. I had a question for Adler. I was wondering if he just had to stop showing the flashbacks because he got to the pandemic era and there was nothing to show.
No, he's talking about on YouTube during the breaks. I'll show flashbacks on the show.
Yes.
I'm moving a bunch of stuff. I'm transferring a bunch of files. I got a bunch of things ripped apart. I'm putting it back together this weekend. And the flashbacks on YouTube will be back next week. So thanks for watching. Thank you, tubers. Thank y'all. Y'all are awesome.
So basically, he just falling down on his job.
Don't want to do it.
Basically, he's like, I don't want to hassle with that today. No,
that's all you had to say.
There's an awful lot of content to manage. Let's go to Anonymous, Huntsville, Alabama, 100.3 The River. Anonymous, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys. Just wanted to comment on the mass question that's one of you had. I just know just things that I've observed with it is I figured out that it's really for three different reasons, right? First, it was politicized, right? So it's to be in a social group or anything. So that type of crowd, I think, is why either some are wearing it or not. The other is more of a safety blanket. I feel that, some of them are doing it just because it makes them feel better. Third, I would probably say is really just more.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I got you. It's the pacifier thing. I think is a lot of it. It's become habitual. But see,
but Rick, I don't want to. I mean, if you have a pacifier like you stress eat, you go. Well, yeah, people enjoy eating and they tie. And it's a bad thing to tie it together, but a lot of people do,
sure.
Including me.
Yeah.
And but with a mask, it's so uncomfortable.
That's what I was going to say.
I don't see the reward in that. You see what I'm saying?
You took the words right out of my mouth. I'm going. I understand getting addicted and things become habitual that are pleasant.
Right. It causes a good serotonin release in your brain. I don't, or whatever it is.
I don't thought you looked sharp in it.
Yeah, I don't understand being addicted to something that looks ridiculous and is miserable to wear.
Yeah, people can't see if you're smiling. They don't know how to react to you. You can't talk to anybody. I mean, can you imagine wearing a mask at a drive-through? How miserable that is with their speaker and you in a mask?
I've seen it. Cliff, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Cliff, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Good morning, Megyn.
Hey, buddy.
I just want to tell you, I've been around since the Expo days, and first of all, I want to thank y'all very much. When you had Gene Hallman on in the morning, here we raised $1,250 for Children's Hospital. That is amazing. And then my second question: did you and Bubba ever think that y'all would have this much fun and get paid for it? And I'll hang up and listen.
I was certainly hopeful. I knew this is what I would love to do for a living, but that for a living was the part that I think everybody was concerned about.
Yeah, listen, we're very thankful because we've done other things, and it wasn't near as much fun.
I think about this quite often. Is when I'm just thanking God for most importantly redemption, but I think to myself that really was more than I ever deserved. How few people truly get to do for a living and make a good living at what they always wanted to do since they were a child.
Yeah.
And it's an incredible blessing, and I look forward to it every day.
When I didn't make it to the NFL, this was my second.
You fall back.
Yeah, and
star running back for the Vikings. That didn't happen.
It did not happen.
No.
Let's go to
never too late.
Let's go to Andy. Andy, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. I was a long-time listener to your show. I got a quick question for you guys. I know you're hunters. I'm a turkey hunter and deer hunter, mostly turkey hunt. But I was wondering why the turkey population is dropping. Just getting your guys' opinion.
I haven't seeing the numbers that it is.
Yeah, I'm not aware of that.
I know some parts are saying they're not seeing as many, but then other parts are seeing an overload of them. So I think it probably has to do with habitat. I would think when they're in good habitats, they do really well. If their habitat's been compromised, they probably don't.
Yeah, I think in areas where you have a lot of logging going on and some of that is probably runs them out until it grows back up a little bit. But I don't know, and you may be correct, sir. I don't follow it that close, but I will tell you this: about 4:30 every afternoon, I see a herd of them.
Yeah. Yeah, I would tell you how it's going, but I was asked by Garrett not to mention it anymore. Courtney in Mississippi. Courtney, hey, you got to quit talking about that. Hey, Courtney, go ahead.
Calls, there won't be nothing left.
Hey, guys. I was just listening to y'all talk about the different reasons for why people would be wearing masks still. And I just thought this is kind of a funny idea, but what if they're doing it because they like the idea of people not seeing their smile and not being able to read their lips and see what they're saying. And it's an acceptable thing now to be antisocial behind your mask.
Well, now you've kind of gone into the world of the Old West, and these people are bandits. I mean, I don't,
let's say you got some jacked up teeth.
Thank you. Only
you can. Yeah. You can wear a mask, and nobody will say, "Why you got that mask on?"
There's only one person that would have come up with that reason.
Well, I'm just saying,
and that is
because they're not going to ask. They'll go, "Well, they must be scared of the."
Right. Yeah, and they'll go look at them. They're concerned about the virus, and you think there's a chance they're just hiding up their jacked up teeth?
Yeah, it's possible.
Boy, that's a long way home.
Well, I'm just saying, if that was the case, that would be a good answer to it. Because before that, everybody would be going, "Why you got that on?"
Greg, you know what? It makes as much sense as anything else.
Yeah. Now they just assume it's because of COVID.
Yeah, I think bandits are just really glad because they, during the pandemic, they could rob people so easy.
Well,
couldn't identify them.
Yeah, back to this again. You said the first thing, which was, I don't understand being addicted to something that's miserable. Okay.
Right.
And then secondly, have they not got the news that they don't work for what they're afraid of?
Well, they may not believe it, Rick, because of the political side effects of it. I mean,
it would be like
I will say this: the mask strangely follows political leanings.
Right. It does.
If you've noticed, if you've been able to compare,
it really does.
Yeah.
It'd be like me walking around and you're saying, Rick, it's pretty much proven. I know you're afraid of being attacked by a tiger. That limb is not going to help you a lot, and I just won't turn it loose. Every time you see me, I've got that limb, and you're like, "Why are you holding that limb?" I said, "In case the tiger gets me." And you're like, "It's not going to do any good." I mean, it's
and if they never get out of their little box of people and their news and those type things, I'd be scared too.
Yeah, that's true.
Because it's the only thing they know.
Right.
They're probably walking around wondering why is everybody else not wearing one.
But shouldn't they at least go back to being afraid of climate change?
Well, we're not that very smart, Rick.
Right. There's no mask
as a
for that.
society.
Tom in Vestavia Hills. Go ahead, Tom.
What about the people still wearing them in the car with the mask on? Give me a break. They got it on wearing it in the car.
That was, even during the height of the pandemic, that was one of the more curious things when you'd be at a red light and see people wearing them. Maybe they had to hop in and out. Maybe they forgot to take them down. I don't know.
Or they had it fit just right.
Or go back to Greg's theory. Maybe if you'll notice, most people keep wearing them in cars or riding in a hoopty. You know what I mean? And they're like, I don't want people to see me
or same thing.
I don't want anybody to know who I am.
Or jacked up teeth.
Good. Let's say you're real buck tooth.
Okay, Greg.
I'd like to see some research on that. I'd like to know where jacked up teeth come in at.
So you're saying I see that person, I go, so they're not sticking their tongue out. That's actually their teeth. Is that you're pushing the front of the mask?
That's sad, yeah. Sadly, yeah.
Greg, don't act
Did you
like
say
it's
that's sad? What in the world?
I said sadly, yes.
It's like Genghis Khan looking at the battlefield going, oh, how sad that is.
No, Rick.
We annihilate these people, and I feel bad about it.
Yeah.
I mean, come on, Greg.
Maybe I'm wrong.
Maybe I'm wrong. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes now past the hour. Let's go. Everybody say, all God's people. So, Bubba, from the No Name Studio out here on the bleeding edge of technology, as you've heard coming out, the gang is all here. And we've got the Elite 8, the Grade 8, and the Golden Ticket seats enjoying today's show. We lions, not cowards. We the choir. We're going to start this hour spinning the wonderful wheel of canned meat. Let's go with it.
I like our new logo.
I like our new logo. I love that. I love that. Let's go. Come on, give it a try. It is the wonderful wheel of canned meat. Thank you to our friends at Cotton Eye Joe's. That gave us another great logo there. And we've got that, of course, Rock and Roll City is our studio band. Eddie Van Adler and the real Greg Burgess make up Rock and Roll City. There they are, ready to go. We also have the Grade 8. We're going to have 4 people spin from the Golden Ticket seats on behalf of America. And Bubba, on the wheel, all kinds of incredible prizes. You can win Spam. You can win other canned meats. You can win Rick and Bubba stuff.
Should I have other canned meats here ready to go?
Well, I will say this because you know where they are. If it lands on meat, you're going to have to go in there and pick an additional can. So it'll be a bit of a walk.
You'll run in there and get some right
yeah, why don't you go get maybe a variety of, 4?
Well, just 2 or 3.
Yeah. I like 4. 2 in each hand.
Make it 4.
Well, you want to.
Rick wants 4.
I like 1 out of 4 chance versus 1 out of 3. So it's a good number. It's a good solid number. 2 of each, and he'll come in with 4 different kinds of canned meats. You'd be surprised how many different ones there are. You also may land on Rick and Bubba stuff. Moultrie Mobile may be in the mix for you. Blaze TV subscription. So it might be Henry the Horse. So they're all right there, and here they come. Look at the different cans of meat.
Oh, yeah.
So there we go. So we will start, Bubba, first of all, from the Golden Ticket seats. Kathy Hansford will be spinning for us, and there's Kathy right there. Hey, Kathy. So Kathy will be spinning. Kathy, you know what to do? Yeah, okay, she said that she's hopped up on energy. She's already had her field of greens today. Jake is in Warrior, Alabama. Jake, what do you say to Kathy to see if you can get that old wheel to spin for you?
Wow, what a wheel.
Let's go. Let it rip.
Big fan from Kathy.
There goes Kathy.
I feel like I'm right in the way of this.
Are you? No. I mean, boy, you are in the middle of the wheel, aren't you? Yeah. All right, let's see what happens here. All right, so I don't even know what that is. Speaker. Listen. All right, so congratulations to you, Jake. You got the waterproof Bluetooth speaker from the Rick and Bubba store. That means that as it gets a little warmer, you're hanging out at the lake, hanging out at the pool, hanging out at the beach. You've got a waterproof Bluetooth speaker to listen to the Rick and Bubba show archives on your own time right there on that Bluetooth speaker, or any music you might like.
It's really got a good sound to it.
It really does have a good sound.
With a good logo.
Let's put you on hold, and we'll ship that right to you, okay?
Thank you very much.
All right, there we go. All right, so up next, spinning from the Golden Ticket seats will be Brad Clark. Brad, welcome to Rick and Bubba. He's from Missouri, and he is ready to spin. And you will spin on behalf of Wade in Muscle Shoals, listening to WLAY. Wade, what do you say to Brad to get him to spin that wheel for you?
Wow, what a wheel.
Let it rip, Brad. All right, here we go.
Brad, who sells parts, Rick.
Oh, yes, he does. Yes, he does. All right, let's see. Rock and Roll City is gladly playing for us. No! Speaker, listen! Another waterproof speaker from rickandbubba.com under the store goes to Wade. So, Wade, enjoy this wonderful time of year hanging out near water. no problem with your speaker, and you can listen to the Rick and Bubba show as you enjoy the sunshine. So there we go. Let's go to Donnie out of Hattiesburg, Mississippi. Donnie is standing by. Spinning for Donnie will be Jeremiah McElroy. Jeremiah, you ready to go? He's got an old school Rick and Bubba softball shirt on. And so, Donnie, what do you say to get Jeremiah to spin it for you?
Wow, what a wheel.
Let it rip. Jeremiah, tell me about the wheel.
Now, if it lands on speaker again,
I'm going to go nuts.
I'm going to think somebody tampered with the wheel.
Here it comes. Yeah! Hat, wear it! Now, this hat is really, really cool that you just got, Donnie. It's one of my favorite Rick and Bubba hats. It's the Rick and Bubba Flex Fit trucker hat, but it's got the patch logo on the front that's 3D and jumps off at you. It's a cool color. I think you'll love it. It's got that Carolina blue. So we'll put you on hold, and we'll send the Rick and Bubba Flex Fit hat right to you, okay?
Awesome. I'm a hat guy. That's great.
Well, you'll love it. Yeah. You'll love it. Now, I do realize that I've got some purists out there that say Rick is actually a cap. You ever had those people that don't like you calling a cap a hat?
Well,
I mean, y'all know what I mean, don't you?
Well, we were confused what we were cheering, so that's just what we started with.
Let's go to Charleston, South Carolina, where Melissa is standing by. Melissa. Fitz Hudson will be spinning for you. So what do you say to Fitz to get him to spin that wheel for you?
I say, wow, what a wheel.
Let it go. A reverse. He reversed it. It's a reverse spin. Let's see what happens for Melissa here. Yeah. Sunglasses. Where? Greg, can I get a go on Melissa for this one? Go. So there you go. All right. So
all right. Thank you.
You're welcome. So these are Rick and Bubba sunglasses, and they come with their own carrying case, which also is made that material that you can also use to clean your glasses.
So it cleans them when you take them in and out every single time.
I will wear them proudly.
Well, and we know you will. Thank you, Melissa. Thank you. And look,
thank you so much.
I've been to Charleston during the summer, and it's hot enough you're going to need them. All right, so here we go.
Thank you.
Anybody got one more? Anybody
one more.
Let's go to Greensboro. Now let's go to North Carolina, where Robert is standing by. Robert, welcome to Rick and Bubba. We will have Kathy back on the wheel. Kathy is back up there again.
Kathy's ready.
Kathy is ready. So, Robert, what do you say to Kathy to get her to spin that wheel for you?
Wow, what a wheel.
Let it go, Kathy. Oh! Yes.
Big spin.
Big spin. Big spin. Big spin. Here we go. Boy, she really did give that a spin.
Henry the horse.
Henry the horse.
He's coming in from the back 40. It'll take him a minute.
Yeah, he's got to gallop in. Henry the horse. Oh, there's Henry. Hey, Henry, how you doing, buddy?
What's up, guys?
Hey, what's on your
How
mind?
was that trip in?
So the wheel is back.
Yes, it is.
That's great. Are you guys sending out filet mignon or what?
No, we're sending out canned meat.
What happens when it lands on me?
It lands on you?
We just get to visit with you.
We just get to.
We're not going to ship you out.
Don't worry. Yeah. It's fine. No, Henry. There's nothing to be concerned about. Henry, it's no.
You'll go to the glue factory.
No one can prove that's what's in canned meat. No, Henry, what a horse!
Of course.
Of course, it's a horse. Henry. Ba-da, ba-da. Everybody say yes, hey. Ba-da, ba-da. And there it is. The wonderful wheel of canned meat is put up for another week. Thank you to our golden ticket seats for helping us with that. Congratulations to the winners.
How you like that new logo?
I love that new logo. I love it. Thank you, Cotton Eye Joe's, for that. Rock and Roll City, for those of you watching on YouTube, they're ready to, the power chords are ready. Catch that in the break. Everybody else, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, Greg. Check. Hey, check. Yeah, this is Rock and Roll City. All right, let's do our own like punk rock version of American Pie, Greg, just in honor of the great version that the South Korean president did.
Yeah, let's do it.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye, Miss American Pie. Drove the Chevy to the levee, but the levee was dry. I said, bye-bye, Miss American Pie. Drove the Chevy to the levee, but that levee was dry. I said, that's right, that levee was dry. This will be the day that I die in Rock and Roll City, that is. Welcome to the city. American Pie.
21 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Thank you for being with us today. Here's a little update on the fine shape of America.
These are the days of America.
Walking together through the... Bubba, the debate rages on. Should biological men who identify as being women be allowed to compete athletically against biological women? Today, Brittany Griner weighs in.
Well, Rick, we got two clips today, and here's what you need to pay attention to.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to see where this is headed. Okay, they're showing their cards here a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
It will eventually be a crime for you to oppose what they're doing.
Oh, you better believe it.
And you're going to hear that in two different examples today.
Mm-hmm.
Brittany Grimes wasted no time in getting. I'm sorry, Brittany Griner wasted no time in getting political again 4 months after she was detained in Russia. She revealed she thinks it's a crime to ban trans women from competing against their biological counterparts in sport.
Make note of that.
Now Brittany is she's one of the tallest players in the women's basketball league, and she dominates. But I wonder if she'll feel the same way when a trans woman comes in there who can do a Dominique tomahawk slam right over her head, if she will feel the same way.
You talking about a tomahawk coming from about my hip.
From
about my hip. And I'm skying off the ground because of the way my body was made by God Almighty, with more muscle mass and strength. And I will come from right here about my hip. You know, I'll have a wig on, though, or I'll have my makeup on. And I'm going to come right here, and I'm going to rock back with a tomahawk jam right over Brittany Griner. And I wonder how she's going to like that.
Well, Brittany...
I'm on Dominique from the baseline.
Brittany Griner, if compared to what's happening to some other female players in their sport, she might not even have a place on the team anymore.
No.
Because of the trans athlete's ability, which is going to overshadow her ability. Now, get this. She says everyone deserves a right to play. Calling any other viewpoint as a threat to trans people, and they prevent them from truly being who they are. A threat and a crime. Those are the key things to take out of this.
Yep.
She wants you to pay a penalty if you don't think that the trans athletes need to play female sports.
Can you imagine if Daryl Dawkins identified as a woman and came down the baseline over Brittany Griner and coming from right
Chocolate
behind,
Thunder?
You talking about the two-handed gorilla slam? Huh? I mean, just came and just knocking the rim off. So you have the video of it too, Adler? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, and I'm not trying to be mean. I thought this was like a fake version of it. I had never heard her speak before, but this is real, and this is her speaking, and what Bubba was just saying.
Speaking up against, everyone deserves the right to play. Everyone deserves the right to come here, sit in these seats, and feel safe, and not feel like there's a threat or they can't be who they are, or like it's just all eyes on them. So I think it's a crime, honestly, to separate someone for any reason.
Any reason.
So what about weight classes in boxing?
Yeah,
what about
exactly.
weight classes in boxing? Is that a crime?
Why do we even have a women's NBA? Why do we have a WNBA?
That's for any reason?
Brittany, try out for the Chicago Bulls. And if you make it, you play. If you don't, you don't.
You want to just have one basketball league?
That's basically what they're saying.
Do you think that she's concerned about this because she's actually a trans woman?
That's what I'm wondering, because she officially she's not, right?
I don't know.
No, she's not. She's not.
So, boy, I tell you
officially,
right?
But
she's not. She looks like a dude here, but she's female. She's just a lesbian.
Thank you, Greg.
Yes,
I'm just trying to keep score. I'm not making fun of anything.
Greg, if we're breaking it down.
But it's so nowadays. There's so many branches on that tree. You can't quite figure it out. Who you call? I'm non-bi. I don't know.
staying with this theme.
That was shocking to me. Her voice, I never heard. Throughout
From
the
one
whole-
extreme to the other.
Throughout the whole Russian thing, I didn't know that's who we were bringing back. I'm sorry, I didn't know that.
We traded what,
That's
the
right.
Merchant of Death?
Right.
Yeah.
The Merchant of Death.
But she was glad of it.
And as soon as we get Brittany back, she's lecturing us.
I'm glad to be back.
By the way, Bubba has made a point you cannot miss. This constant use now of the word crime.
Crime, yeah.
And illegal.
That's big, and you're going to hear it again right
Did
here.
it
That's
pass?
right.
Dylan-
Canada, it is against a crime in some areas. I
Dylan
think.
Mulvaney
You're right, it is.
Yep.
has a little speech for us, and you're going to hear the term illegal again here. When journalists do not refer to her by her preferred pronoun. Her preferred pronoun.
Yep, here we
Sure.
go.
Preferred pronoun.
Mm-hmm.
Listen to
Like
this.
the articles written about me using he pronouns and calling me a man over and over again. And I feel like that should be illegal. I don't know. That's just bad journalism.
Illegal.
Crime.
See where this is going.
Illegal.
Get ready.
Illegal.
The thought police will be on this. Just wait.
But can I just say this to the LGBTQ and all this? Where else in society do people get to do whatever they want to do, and there should be no restraints on whatever they want to do? Nowhere. It
Now, Rick, we're not talking
exists
about,
nowhere in society.
Rick, we're not talking about stopping them from what they're
No,
doing.
no.
Now we're talking about you can't even use pronouns I don't approve of.
Right. You know,
by the way, again, who gave permission to change the English language?
Right.
I didn't think you could just do that on your own.
But this is the same bunch that's changed their, what, for lack of a better word, acronym. We're LGBT to, I don't know. It's they got slash marks and pound signs, and I'm just saying
add another letter. Get
and I'm
ready
not being
for it.
funny. I'm saying that show is confusion. It's chaos. It makes it's chaotic.
But just watch.
Wonder where that comes from.
Yep. Watch the narrative. Watch the narrative. So you're thinking.
We don't even know what to call
You're
ourselves.
thinking they're just talking about the good old boys at the loading dock not wanting to use the pronouns they prefer, and those people should be arrested. That's what you're thinking, and there's some truth to that. But that's not where this narrative is headed.
No,
it's headed to the church. That's where
Yeah,
it's headed.
that's where it's headed.
Mm-hmm. And that's where it's headed. What y'all preach and what y'all teach about he made them male and female from the beginning, and Jesus doubles down on this, Paul doubles down on this. It never changes throughout the entire scriptures, and God's standard never changes. And it's going to get to the point that if you don't call people what they want to be called or endorse what they want to endorse, if that becomes illegal and a crime, we're going to find out who the true disciples of Jesus are. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, I mean, the ultimate goal here, and we know this, is to completely ban the Bible and Christian belief.
Hate speech. It's hate speech because it doesn't let you do whatever you want to do.
Right.
And there's actually a standard that doesn't change, and there's truth.
And even in this trans discussion, most people we're not saying do what you want to do, live your life how you want to live. Okay, we can have that discussion. We're just simply saying that when you are born a male, you have a gifted set of your body is different, and you just have an advantage. What?
That's right.
Nothing. You just said that
you
males
took
are
a
born-
breath after.
Yeah, there was a breath after saying it. And
Yeah,
we just
yes,
we
you-
were just
yeah.
Well, you just have,
right,
you just
right,
have different.
right,
You just have a different body.
Sounded like you said you had a gifted.
Say it. And then there was a pause, but I know what you mean. Yeah, I know what
maybe
you mean.
a one Mississippi in there.
Yeah, I know. And you had to take a breath. There it was just an unfortunate breath. But,
Yeah, it was a pregnant pause.
Hey, you know what I mean.
Well, Riley Gaines
You know
said it.
what I mean.
Here's how she said it. She's a woman. She said, "I'm going to maximize the ceiling as a female athletic I can reach. The ceiling for men are much higher. It's much higher." We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 35 minutes past the hour. BuyRaycon.com/Bubba. Some of you right now, as I'm talking in this microphone, are hearing it on Raycons. BuyRaycon.com/Bubba. Are you familiar with the term, Bubba, dupe? There's a dupe. Are you familiar with what that is?
A dupe?
Yeah, I mean, I know what we call a dupe, but did you know it's actually a phrase that is used for somebody charging you more for something just because of the brand? But yeah,
like getting duped on something.
Yeah, like you're gonna you paid more because it had a certain brand on it when there was a product just as good for about half the price, but you paid really just for the name on it. Well, we are in a dupe session right now, and I will tell you this, that here is a Raycon wireless earbuds are as good as any of the premium earbuds out there that you're overpaying for about half the price. And because we have a URL, buyraycon.com/Bubba, that gets you another 15% off. I mean, you've got high-quality sound. You've got all sorts of tech listening features like noise isolation, water resistance, 3 customizable sound profiles. They fit snugly in your ears. They're not uncomfortable. They don't look ridiculous, and they sound fantastic. 50,000 other people agree with us with 5-star reviews out there. Get yours right now by going to buyraycon.com/Bubba. Because of what we're going through economically, they even have a buy now, pay later option. Buyraycon.com/Bubba, about half the other premium audio brands, and with our URL, another 15% off. Also, there's a link at rickandbubba.com. You find that right there under the sponsors button. All right, so as we come back, Speedy was talking about this in the break and others too, this whole biological males, you're competing with females. This notion that if I identify as a different gender, I should be you shouldn't keep me from being who I am. Well, no one is. No one's making it illegal for you to identify like that. Now, there's some countries that have done that, but this country doesn't do that.
Check with Congo.
Right. But you can live your life and your private life, and if you want to portray yourself as the other gender than you were born, that's certainly your business, but that doesn't mean you get to do anything you want to do. And Adler brought up one point. Speedy was talking about another one in the break. I mean, I'm not allowed to go, and be weighed in the heavyweight division of all the different sports that have the weight divisions and say, well, I'm sorry that I weigh 285 pounds and I can punch through a pine tree. I would like to be the bantamweight champion. So I identify as being bantamweight, and I'm going to go down there and win that a championship. We don't allow that to happen. And when it comes to things like golf, the women's tee is closer to the green than the men's tee. I wonder why that is. Why do you think that is? Why do you think the women's tee is closer? Can't we figure that out?
Can't hit the ball as far.
Yeah, because a woman with the muscle mass that is part of her perfect creation, females are made with bodies that are designed to do certain things that the male body can't do, and the male body is designed to do certain things that women can't do to the same level. Okay, like the Riley Gaines is trying to point out, women's division and what we can accomplish athletically has a lower ceiling than the male body, and now people that are mediocre in the males division can come over and win the females division because of that great disparity between muscle mass and strength. Now, can a very athletic woman beat an unathletic man at something? Yes. Yeah,
We're
absolutely.
talking about people that are considered elite level.
But, Bubba's told the story 1,000 times. Even the Williams sisters could not beat a man that, I know people exaggerate these stories, but at one point I thought he was just sitting there having lunch, wasn't he? And
overheard the conversation.
Overheard the conversation and went out and played them. Wasn't he an Australian?
German,
and he was number what in the world?
They said they could beat any man outside the top 200, wasn't it? Hams, you
No,
remember the story?
it might have been smaller than that, around 100.
It was a 200.
Was
He
it
was
200?
either 198 or,
Yeah, right.
or 201. And Rick, he's quite a character. He's got in trouble several times for smoking on the court.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah,
You gotta love that guy.
Yeah. So in the men's division, what was the actual numbers at, or do you have?
He was ranked 203.
Yeah, you're right. So he's 203 in the
And
men's
she
division.
was number one in the world.
Yeah.
And can
One
I
of the
tell
greatest
you,
to ever play in the female.
back to the golf rig greatest. So the red tees are the ladies' tees, but most golf courses took that name out and they call them the forward tees now.
So you can't call them women's tees anymore.
Right, even though most of us say the ladies' tee, but now they're called the forward tees.
So can a biological man who identifies as a woman now hit from those tees? He can't?
No, I mean, I would think
she can't or whatever?
No, it's
Why not? They're identifying
well,
as
I mean,
a woman. That's exactly what all these Brittany and Dylan are telling us.
You normally have the tips or the blues, and then you have the white tees and the yellows and reds and all that.
If Leah Thomas can swim,
I know,
against biological females as a biological male, why can't a biological male who says he's female hit off that tee? Can he?
I don't know. I know
sure
probably
he
some
could.
seniors might, but
But what I'm talking about is that making him, is that saying we're not acknowledging his womanhood if he can't hit off that tee? So anyway, back to this. So the guy who was 203rd in men's tennis, who gets in trouble for smoking on the court.
Yeah, he was cited a few times for that. you got the video?
It's worse than I thought, y'all.
Karsten Brash.
Yes, Karsten Brash.
He's a character.
I don't know if that's how you say it.
Serena was ranked number 1.
But Jerry
number
finished.
1.
And Venus was ranked number 2.
Mm-hmm.
He beat them both. The matches took place after Brash had finished a round of golf and 2 beers. He took on Serena first and beat her, and then he beat Venus.
And it was 6-0, 6-1.
Yeah.
I mean, it was a smoke.
Yeah, 5-0 and 6-1.
Do y'all see the disparity?
They knocked back a couple of PBRs, smoked a cigarette.
The disparity.
You have video of it, Adler. That's
not,
even funnier if you've ever seen it.
How about this? It's not minor. It's not a minor chasm.
Yeah.
There's a big jump.
The Leah Thomas thing, as a male, he wasn't ranked anywhere. I mean, it's like in the 500, something ridiculous.
And we're going to sit around and watch these women work to be the best in their field, and let some mediocre biological male say he's a woman and come in there and take their championship. I just can't believe we're not upset about that.
And if I have a competitive advantage over someone and I win, it's almost like I can't enjoy the win because it's almost like it's not fair. So Leah Thomas is in the 500s, then identifies as a female, goes and wins the NCAA champion, and is walking around like I'm the national champion or whatever. Do you think that's fair?
Yeah, no.
I don't understand the logic behind just being proud of it.
Brittany,
you know what I'm saying?
Griner better hope
just on the competitive side
that some mediocre male basketball players don't start identifying as women and come into the WNBA and take everybody's job, because that's what's going to happen. They don't even have to be the elite male basketball players. They can just be good.
Yeah,
and they'll dominate. So it's like it's like when we watch the Little League World Series and we find out that no wonder the kid can't be hit because he's 15. And somebody changed his birth certificate. We just get up in arms. We're like, that's not fair. And it's not, because he's post-puberty, throwing to a lot of boys that are not even through puberty yet. And we find out that he was cheating. What we do? We go crazy.
Yeah.
Because puberty gave him a gigantic advantage over the boys that haven't gone through puberty yet.
Bubba, I think they've wiped it from the internet. All I can find is this picture, and it looks even worse. The guy's like wearing rec specs.
Yeah.
He's like a nerd-looking dude.
Oh, you ought to see him serve. He's in several specials about some of the worst serves in tennis.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like he is trying to swat flies as he's serving. It's the awfulest thing you've ever seen, Greg.
What
He
about
just
when you're
gets all
featured
wound up.
in a thing called Worst Serves in History?
Well, and to add to it, you got to think about this too. For many, many years, Serena was right here, and all the other women were right here.
Yeah,
there was even a big gap between
they can
her
compete
and
with
the
her.
rest of them.
Yeah, they can compete with her. Yeah. It's just absurd. That's the word I keep coming back to. It's absurd.
It really is.
Doesn't make sense.
And that doesn't mean you can't go live your private life the way you want to, but none of us get to do whatever we want to do whenever we want to do it. So if you don't like being in that situation, then maybe you shouldn't. There's always a cost to what you decide to do.
It's another example
or don't do it.
of what we've talked about. The only the left is anything goes. Mm-hmm. The only no you get, the only sin you can have is to disagree. Mm-hmm. That's the only thing they go against.
Well, where they're in a bind, and I hate to break this to you again today, this is probably the third time this has been mentioned, but it's good for you to remember. If you were lining yourself up with the Democratic Party because you thought they stood up for women, and they did claim that. Now, some of the heroes of the women's movement, a little bizarre choices for some of you ladies, Bill Clinton and the Kennedys, but still.
Yeah, really.
But still, they've claimed to be the champion for women's rights, and right now, they don't hear you. There's been a playoff between you and trans women, and they have picked trans women. So I'd make a note of that. Yeah. I know it hurts feelings. I got it. But we're going to have to get our big girl pants on now. We'll be back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. We'll take your phone calls as we wrap up another hour. Check anything we may have left on the table when the Rick and Bubba show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the podcast coming out this weekend. Sean Diedrich, Sean of the South, will be our guest. He has a phenomenal story. If you're catching the show live, I'm scheduled to be on with Glenn Beck around 10:34, 10:35 Central Time today for the live Glenn Beck radio show, talking about the new 31-day devotional Transformed in themanchurch.com. So catch that if you catch Glenn after our program in some of the different markets out there.
You going to give us a shout-out, Rick?
A little shout-out, of course.
Do we need to give you a word to work in? Or
yes, I do want a word. Have you got one? Golden Ticket Seats. Yeah, Golden Ticket Seats here with us today. Where's Douglas Ray? Douglas, right there, buddy. Molly Ray. Hey, Molly. Good to see you. Fitz Hudson is here today. Jeremiah McElroy. We've got the Clarks are here. Greg and Brad Clark. Also, we got Guy Hansford here. Kathy Hansford. There they are. All in the Golden Ticket Seats today. Bubba, give me a number between 1 and 8 today.
1 and 8. What about, let's see, what is Aaron Rodgers going to be? Number 8? Let's try it.
Greg Clark, one of the Clark boys. Yeah, Greg Clark gets a $50 American Express gift card from our friends at Thomas E. Dudney. He's got $50. He can go and take care of lunch today. So it's on you. And now he's part of the Clark brothers that have been here since Wednesday. They were in the Wednesday Bible study, stayed here in our home city, and went around and made their way right to the show here today. So thank you, and thanks to all of you for being here in the Golden Ticket Seats. Be paying attention for when these seats become available, and maybe you can join us on an upcoming Friday edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. To the phones we go. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Brad is standing by in Fort Payne, Alabama. Brad, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Good morning.
Hey, buddy.
Yeah, I don't have a platform to stand on, but y'all do. I don't understand why somebody ain't done stood up and got Biden out of that office. There's no sense in him being in there.
Now, how would you expect us to do that other than to tell people day after day after day what a disaster he is and please don't vote for him again?
Yeah, but shouldn't they have something to get him out like now? I know there's a process you have to go through, but
yeah, that's the problem. The people that would have to declare he is not mentally competent to do it are people on his cabinet, and they're probably not going to do that.
Yeah. We continue 866. So I would say to you, we trying.
Yeah, we did all we could do.
We doing all we can do. Let's go to Mason out of Florence, Alabama. WLAY. Mason, go ahead.
Hey guys, I just want to call and talk about how come we're talking about all these trans women, which is men playing in women's sports, but we aren't talking about trans men, which is women playing in men's sports. I get that they can't compete with men physically, but how come that's not a big deal?
Well, that's you said the answer.
Yeah. You said the answer, and I wonder though how many of those attempts are even out there, because to the point you just made, what gain is that?
Yeah.
I would. None. My concern would be that they would get themselves hurt in the contact sports in a big way.
Well, just look at the swimming thing. There's a picture of Leah Thomas and Riley Gaines and the young lady that finished third on the medal stands. Look at the difference in their physical size. That's all you have to do.
And in that tight swimsuit, in their physicality, period.
Don't look too close.
The anatomic obvious stuff. Did you know what I found?
Look at this.
Did you find it odd? And Sherry, my wife, did research. She couldn't believe that there is a swimmer, an elite swimmer named Riley Gaines that has no connection to Rowdy Gaines.
Yeah.
She said, I researched. I thought surely this is a niece or somebody kin to the Gaines family.
Yeah, no connection.
So my daughter swims. Her last name's Gaines. I go with Riley. And there's no connection to Rowdy Gaines?
Maybe that was the female version as close as you could get.
Yeah.
Maybe she was named after Rowdy.
Well, that's what I wonder, just because
you wouldn't want to be a female named Rowdy.
No, because I've seen some that needed to be named that.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying on this, do you think the parents knew that he was great? They knew their last name was Gaines. And of course, how would they have known as a baby she was going to be a swimmer?
It probably was just dumb luck.
Yeah, but Sherry's like, well, I bet this is somebody in the Rowdy Gaines family, but there's no connection at all. 866-WE-BE-BIG. We continue. Let's go to Todd out of Birmingham. Yeah, Todd.
Hey, guys.
Yeah, go ahead.
Todd.
Hey, guys. It's interesting to me, a couple of quick points.
that in Chicago we can be a mob and drag somebody out of the car and beat them, and then you want to say calling somebody he or she wrong is against the law. And the reason this is happening is there's a generation of leaders that were raised to be adult children and not raised to be adults. And that's what's happening. We've got children in charge.
Yeah, it does feel that way. I agree.
I agree.
I agree.
I agree.
Really, they behave like a child would behave if they were given responsibility.
And I would dare to say a lot of them were not spanked as a child.
No. Well, we talked about that earlier. Somebody who works in the building with us, we went and saw the mess that was left in the kitchen from yesterday. He goes, I guess these people, did they not have parents? And I said, they didn't have my parents. Let's go to Nick in Henderson, Texas. Nick, go ahead.
Bubba, I just wanted to tell you what happened to my pontoon. Had the same thing happen to me. Ordered a universal top to go on it, replace the other one. But at the back end where that thing dovetails off towards the end of the boat.
Yep.
I just got me some doo-doo and put it on there.
Oh, my gosh. In a row, tied. Oh, my goodness. Well, he had me. I was leaning in.
Doo-doo. What did you do?
Edward, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, you guys, just calling from I-65. So, I mean, is sports just about the winners? That's kind of my question, listening to you guys and Clay and Buck and everybody else is talking about these trans athletes. Is sports just about who gets first place?
Usually, yes. And it does have a lot.
But, I mean, if you have a kid and your kid isn't one of these, like, exceptional talented kids and they get second or third or fifth or sixth, do they still not gain any lessons from sports?
Well, it's different, though. If my kid was first and say they were 11 and the league was 11-year-olds, and all of a sudden I found out that they finished second or third because a 15-year-old beat them and had pretended to be an 11-year-old, I don't think that's fair.
But that's not really the same. I mean,
of course it is. It's
a little bit similar, but it's
a biological male has an unfair advantage over a biological female. So you're talking about something completely different. It's one thing. It's one thing.
Let me just tell you. So then, can I just say? So then, the lesson there is still there to be. Well, maybe you got beat by somebody that had a physical advantage that's greater than you, but you still gained the lessons of the hard work. You still gained the perseverance. You still gained the picking yourself up and moving on.
Yeah, you're talking about.
I get that it's a big deal, but you're talking about one person that's had the worst day. Everybody else lost to 2 people or 3 people or 4 people, and maybe some of those people were also just cisgender women that were just better than them. So, I mean, in sports, you still have this opportunity for somebody to be better than you and to get better.
Yeah, but you're losing the whole
on a level
topic.
Playing field, everybody's good.
Yeah, you've lost the whole argument. You're talking about apples and oranges. We're talking about is it right or not? Is it the right thing? This has nothing to do with everybody doesn't get to win and everybody. You got to learn how to deal with that. But what I'm talking about is it right? It's standing up for what's right. That's not fair, and it's not right. And you certainly can teach the lesson that life isn't fair. But if there's something that's wrong and you don't work to correct it, then how can you be okay with that? Now, you may not get your way, and we certainly have all experienced that. But you're trying to make a story that's a different narrative than what people are actually arguing about.
We're talking about a competitive advantage. That's all.
Yeah, I mean that. It's called cheating. Yeah, top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.